Great. Hello. We good? All right, great. We're going to restart our game. Hello, everyone. I'm cleartonic, and we're going to be running Dragon Quest IV today. Let's do a roll call of our couch. I'm joined by a bunch of other Dragon Quest community members, so if you guys would just want to introduce yourselves.
Sure, I'm Hactical.
The Countess.
Evil Ash 25.
Great. So before we get into it, we're going to be doing a standard run of Dragon Quest IV, and yeah, I think we're really excited. We just had a big energy race, but we're definitely going to kind of get it to a down-tempo stream for the next few hours while we, get into this run. So yeah, I think we can get started pretty soon. We're going to create a new log, and I think I have an idea who's our lead name. I just want to make it clear to everybody that I have no inside joke about this. I may have an idea who might be behind this, but whoever is pushing the hot dog agenda, I'm very curious. Anyways, if you want to confirm that we're hot dog and that will be well, why don't I just ask? What is the file name?
The name is, sorry, give me a moment here. I was composing myself from earlier. With a whopping $2,997.33, the name is Hot Dog.
Incredible. It's with a space, is that right?
Indeed, there is a space. It's all capitals, too.
Great. All right, hot dog. Fantastic. So we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna check the gender of the main character.
All right, the gender is, with $825, heroine.
Great. All right, so we'll be playing as the female, and we can get started. So 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so we're playing Dragon Quest IV. This is a game with a chapter-based storytelling system. So what's going to happen is that we're going to have a prologue. We're going to play as the hero, who is named Hot Dog, and we're going to be doing a little bit of prologue, just kind of getting a little bit of background to the main character. And then basically the way it works from here is that we're going to kind of dive into side stories of other characters. And, over 4 different chapters, we're going to meet all the other main characters of the game, and then in the 5th chapter, we'll kind of go around and collect all the different main characters that we played as, and then get to the final stretch of the game. But, a little under half of this run is going to be spent in the first few chapters of this game. So, yeah, this prologue doesn't take too long, and we can kind of start to talk about what's coming up for this whole run. This is, it's a very much a straight shot run. There are no glitches, really. Standard Dragon Quest RTA, which stands for real-time attack. We're going to talk about the community stuff in a little bit, but fairly commonly, the rule set is glitchless. There really aren't any glitches in this game, at least in this version of this game. So, we're going to be primarily leveling up, doing fairly intuitive strategies, and kind of getting through the game as quickly as possible. So we will be doing some RNG manipulations using the DS clock a little bit into the run, but primarily we use those for leveling up. We use one for a boss, but for the majority of the game, we're just going to be kind of tackling it with smart and sound strategies, but we'll be doing some mass leveling up with some RNG manipulation. So yeah, here we are. We're about to just kind of wrap up this prologue and get into the first chapter of the game.
Got a nice young hot dog here.
That's right.
I wonder what her favorite food is.
What do you think they're having for dinner? I'm just baffled by the amount of support for hot dogs. I just want to make the record clear that I have never supported any sort of hot dog, yeah, related agenda. Anyways, we'll be taking some safety saves throughout this run. What we can do is a very nice method called the quick save, and the quick save allows us to basically set up a temporary save, not everywhere, but pretty much anywhere on the world map and in a handful of dungeons that allows us to make a save that we can reload from. We're going to be using this quite a bit in the early parts. If you can imagine in Dragon Quest, you're definitely at your most vulnerable when you're at lower levels, so the fact that we have to start 5 chapters basically from level 1 with all these characters, it can get a little scary. That being said, it's fairly friendly, you know. We'll basically just kind of take it as it goes. Okay, so we're going to set the message speed to 5. Ordinarily here, I unequip some equipment so that I have a faster death warp, but I think for some safety, we're just going to get up to the next town. So, yeah, maybe I can kick over to the couch, maybe just give us a brief introduction as to what Chapter 1 has for us.
Sure. So the main story behind Chapter 1 here is that you're playing as Ragnar, and I'm not allowed to talk about lore, so why don't you guys want to...
Right.
Yeah, Hactical's knowledge of lore is fairly limited, and he tends to make things up, so...
Yeah, so this is Ragnar McRyan, and
See, he's got the last name, he's already doing better.
there we go. So the king has tasked all these soldiers to find what's happening to these missing children that seem to be disappearing from the towns. So all these soldiers have been sent out, including Ragnar here, and the basic thing, we're just going to talk to people and try to find where these children are. Obviously, in the speedrun, we know where to go and how to trigger these events. But
Yep, so basically we're going to come down here. It's just as Evil Ash was saying, is that you get some clues as to what's happening, but effectively if you come down to this guy, he's going to eventually get us some progression. So all we have to do is talk to him and set up a quick death warp. So I'm going to take off my equipment now, and we are going to do a quick death warp and go back to Berlin Castle, which is where we came from. Basically, the guy downstairs has been trapped, and he's been put in jail. So we have to get his wife to come with us and smack some sense into him. Here we are, fighting a slime. It's Dragon Quest.
yeah, so death warping is actually a pretty common strategy in a lot of Dragon Quest games, because when you die, your only penalty is you lose half your gold and you start over back at your last save point.
And in addition, in later chapters, you'll have to revive characters if you take a full death too. But in Chapter 1, we just have Ragnar for now, so no penalty on that front.
Yep, that's right. And yeah, we don't really care about money for the rest of this chapter. So basically what's going to happen in this chapter is that we are going to blitzkrieg 2 dungeons. We're not going to fight anything for a little bit. We're just going to hope for the best. And then we are going to get some gear, get some levels, and then take out the first boss. So it's really not too dangerous right now. These enemies aren't too bad. We're about to go into a cave, and things can get a little dicey, but yeah. Maybe Hactical, if you want to talk about depletion rates in this version of the game.
Sure. So kind of a common mechanic to a lot of the Dragon Quest games is the depletion mechanic. So whenever you sort of enter an area, whether it be from taking a staircase or exiting an encounter or leaving town, the game generates a depletion value, and every step you take lowers that value. And then when it hits 0, you get a random encounter. And when you're on the overworld, there's different depletion zones that are worth different amounts, and in general, forest is more depletion than a grass tile, and the mountains are even more. So later on, you'll see us actually intentionally going up and down stairs and things like that inside of a dungeon in order to reset that value. On the DS version, there's 32 possible values that depletion can be, and it's sort of distributed in a consistent sort of way.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to see it when we get to the tower pretty soon. There's not going to be any of that in the dungeon coming up right now, but pretty soon. So yeah, we talked to the guy downstairs in the jail for his wife to smack some sense into him, and then he gives us a pertinent clue. So we're coming down to the well here, and we're going to find two things. Okay, so there's a few fights in here, some of which are a little bit scary. So those mage guys can cast Frizz, and we should probably talk about it quickly, that between all of us who run different versions of this game, there are many different naming nomenclatures over the years in the Dragon Quest series, so it very well may be difficult for us to keep it straight. We may be referring to things as their Japanese names or their English names or their NES names versus their DS games. I'm going to do my best to keep it consistent with what's actually in this version of the game, but it's a struggle for all of us because we play multiple versions and it can be tough. All right, so here we are. We got Healy, our heel slime buddy. If you check out the couch, they've got some representation apparently of heel slime. So Healy is going to be joining us for the rest of Chapter 1. He's basically going to be our dedicated healer, so we hope. And yeah, maybe if you guys want to talk about kind of the AI system, you can both talk about like the NES version and what it is in this version.
Yeah, so Dragon Quest, or Dragon Warrior 4, Dragon Quest in Japan, it was the first game to introduce the AI system for an RPG. So what happens is you can set, well, in this case, we just have Healy. So Healy's actually just going to do whatever he wants to do. And he has a pretty good AI. So if he sees that Ragnar's below a certain threshold in health, he'll heal him. And if same for himself, he'll heal himself. And in the original version of this, we'll see later on that in Chapter 5, once we get all our characters, in the original Dragon Warrior version, you could not control any of them but the hero. And you can give them basically set orders, so focus on defense, healing, focus on offense, and use no MP, those kind of things. So they'll generally follow those. But obviously you can't individually control them, and that poses, in that version of the game, some problems around the speedrun to manipulate those guys to do what you want. Thankfully, later on we'll find out that the AI can be set in this version to follow orders, so we can control all of them and tell them to do exactly what we want them to do. There are some cases where we're going to set them to, just focus on offense, just go at it, or focus on healing, and they'll do things as the AI tells them to do. And that'll actually speed things up here in the run, because we don't have to give them constant orders. So there's specific fights that, okay, we always want this character to attack, we always want this character to heal, and whatnot.
And what makes Healy different from those other characters we had in Chapter 5 is that he's treated as like a temporary character. You can see that his level is a question mark because he won't ever level up no matter how many battles you do with him. And that's the reason we can never control him, because he's special. And there will be a couple more characters we get in Chapter 5 and also Chapter 4 that are the same way.
Yeah, and this was the first game that introduced guest characters as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Healy's AI in this version it's pretty smart. Typically, if a character's under half health, Healy will heal them. Healy has very high agility in this version, so will almost always act first in battle. But every now and then, Healy decides to make some questionable decisions. We hope to not see that.
Yes. So we're here in this tower. Basically, what we're going to do here is go straight to the bottom, and, well, we're going to pick up some stuff along the way, and we're going to get ready for the first boss fight. So we definitely want characters to stay alive. This is a dangerous fight. We'll see how it goes. If I do wipe out anywhere in this dungeon, it's really not that bad. We just picked up, see, I got sapped. Okay, good. We just picked up what's called the Talaria, which allows us to get back to this dungeon at any point. So it's not so bad. And for most of this game, I'm generally, based on the depletion system that Hactical was talking about, it's fairly consistent in this game, that I have a very good idea per floor how many fights I'm going to get into, minimum and maximum. So it makes it fairly consistent for routing and just like understanding where I'm going to get into fights, if it's scary or not. So here we are, we're picking up our cautery sword, and we are going to equip everything right now, and then we're going to use some seeds. So hope for some big rolls. Can be 1 through 3. Got 2, which is good. Agility is a little less important, but can be helpful. 1, it's fine. Seeds of life, 4 through 6 minimum, and finally 3. So that's actually pretty good. And yeah, so we're gonna grind some levels. I'm gonna get to level 4. Ordinarily I get to level 3, but I think we're gonna take it a little bit safe, and we're gonna take a safety save outside. before we go fight the boss. Healy's sleeping.
One thing that's worth noting is the cautery sword can be used as an item in battle here to cast. I think it's equivalent to the Sizz spell, and those slimes have about a 50% chance of resisting it, but both hit, took them both out in one turn. In the NES version, it was called the Sword of Malice, and it's pretty common that people will say that when they played the NES version casually, they never equipped it because they thought it was a cursed item, but it's actually just a very strong sword that you get.
Yep. All right, great. So we're going to get to level 3 off of this fight, probably fight 1 to 2 more, depending on the encounter, and we'll go fight the boss. But we will take a safety save quick, so it should just be one more fight here.
One thing I've always liked about this tower is that, like, you know, typically when you explore a tower in an RPG, you go from the bottom up, but because of how you enter this tower, it's actually from the top down because you fly up to the top to start. There's a couple of dungeons in this game that I just like the design of, because they're a little not quite standard, especially for the time when this game came out originally.
Definitely. Yeah, so the Famicom version of this game in Japan came out in 1990, and then it was released in the States, and I think, yeah, in the States in 92. Then the DS version came out way, way later. It was 2007 in Japan, 2008 in the rest of the world. So, yeah, quite a bit of time passed. We're going to talk a little bit more specifically about the other versions after we get through this first stretch of the game. Okay, so basically, yeah, so we were talking a little bit about Healy's AI before. When Ragnar's HP is less than 50%, he should heal. So we'll see. Okay, level 4 is good. We're going to heal up, and we'll take a safety save. It's not so bad to get back without a safety save, but it is faster. And yeah, I think for a marathon it makes sense. So
One thing we also saw in that last encounter is the enemy, the bantamweight, or the giant bantam from the NES version, is sort of a classic of this game. He's got a chance on hit of putting you to sleep, and Healy got put to sleep on that last fight. Thankfully it wasn't Ragnar, because that would have just slowed it down a bit more, but sort of a classic DQ4 Chapter 1 enemy that's notorious in the speedrun.
It's a 1 in 6 chance every time he attacks you that you get put to sleep.
fantastic. Okay, great. So we made our save, and yeah, we can reload from that save at any point, which is really, really nice. It's a boon that most Dragon Quest RTAs don't have, and I think for a marathon it's really nice. If you're trying to go fast in a run, you're not going to use it that much, but it makes this game more marathon friendly. All right, yeah, maybe if you guys talk just a little bit about what this fight entails.
Sure. Sure, so this boss fight has 2 enemies in it. It's got the pawn and it's got the giant eyeball, Winky. And Winky has, I think it's like 42 HP or something like that. The idea behind Winky is that if he gets under half HP, he will enrage and start spamming critical hits.
Okay, we're just going to reset that one away. That's pretty unlucky.
So Winky can defend, which sort of throws a wrench into it. Normally you kill him in 2 hits, and you sort of hope that Sorrow's pawn sort of behaves in that time. He's got 3 main attacks. He can physical hit, he can cough up a fireball at you, or he can cast the Sizz spell. And Healy's got some resistance to the fire attacks, but it's not guaranteed.
Yeah, that's right. In that case, it's basically, sometimes it's tough to tell who Healy's going to heal. When he's in critical, he usually does heal himself, but because Ragnar was also in less than 50 HP, he decided to prioritize Ragnar. I tried to throw an herb, but didn't work out. Defending is not what you want to see, because, oh, you do that. All right, well, this is going to be a little sketchy, because now he's definitely in angry phase. Okay, it might be okay.
Should be fine.
So we're going to defend this turn, and yeah. So it's a lot easier when you're kind of gunned down. I have to maintain the HP on both characters. That's good.
So typically once Winky is down, this fight is usually pretty safe. The scary part is sort of when both characters are like right at or above the heal line, because if they both get hit with an AoE attack, then you don't really know who's going to end up being healed by Healy, and things can get a little bit dicey. So Tonic's got a couple of herbs that he can use as sort of a safety measure, like he used right there.
Very nice. Those really help. Okay, hopefully Healy heals. I'm going to probably heal myself in this situation too. Okay, good. Because usually Ragnar gets outsped. So I don't have any more herbs, but from here with a crit, shouldn't be too bad. Let's see how it goes.
This guy's got about 250 health.
Healy's actually doing great. Thumbs up. I'm gonna play this relatively safe. I think it's gonna be one more. Okay, that's good though. Okay, perfect. So I'll defend one more time. Healy should heal me, and we'll go in. All right, come on, Healy, you can go. That's it.
Okay.
So one thing that's sort of
All
a
right, good.
common in DQ and DQRTA is turn order. You know, it's sort of based on character's agility stat, and it waits around there, but it is random, with the agility being like a modifier to that. So even fast characters can get outsped by slow characters on occasion.
For sure. It's like you can only do so much to control it.
Yeah, but that's also what makes DQRTA interesting, because no two runs are ever going to be close to the same. You're going to have a different fight every time you do this, whether you die or you don't.
Definitely. Okay, cool. So the routing from here is that we're about to finish this chapter, but we're going to go back into the tower and collect the Chimera Wing, which is going to allow us to warp. You might ask, why didn't you just pick this up before? But as you may notice, there's no encounters after you beat the boss, so it's definitely optimal to come up here afterwards, which is just very easy. And yeah, and then what you do is you go to the top of the tower and then you fall all the way down, and that actually places you back on this side of the world map. We hand in the children back to the people that were just like the families that were missing it, just 2 kids. And then now we're going to warp back to Berlin and finish up chapter 1. So yeah, we want to take some time to talk a little bit about kind of like the overall version differences of this game. All the people on the couch right now run different versions of this game. So I run the DS version, and I've dabbled with the PlayStation version before. Hactical has played the PlayStation version, and Countess and Evil Ash have extensive experience playing the NES version. So yeah, I mean, generally the gist is that the NES version is a very, it's the first version, obviously, and the DS version is way, way different. It's based on the engine of the Dragon Quest VII engine for the PlayStation, and in Japan, there was a Dragon Quest IV release, and then they kind of modernized it in 2007 and translated it officially and brought it to the DS. So yeah, overall, there's just a ton of minor differences. Everything from the engine to the stat balancing and enemy HP, and like the whole experience is quite different in terms of the actual, like going into battle and preparing. But the core mechanics of like how the game plays out, all the story triggers, is pretty much the same. So you guys have anything to add to that?
Yeah, one thing they've added is a lot of different items as well, more pickups, so that helps us in this speedrun, where we can use those to sell for gold or use for more defense or offensive weapons.
There are a lot of like little like quality of life improvements that have happened since the NES version as well. Like in that boss fight, like we were saying, Healy was resistant to some of the spells. That's not a thing in the original. Like wearing shields in this game can give you flat resistances to spells and breath, and that was something that was added since then.
Another big quality of life change is the bag. So in the NES version, every character had to store their own items on their character. In the PlayStation version, they added a bag, but only in Chapter 5. And then in the DS version, you get the bag in every chapter. So it's extremely useful. We'll see it taken advantage of quite heavily in Chapter 3 in particular, once we get there.
Great. So here we are, Chapter 2. So Chapter 2 features Salevna, Alena, and her 2 allies, who we're going to call Christo and Bray. So some of the translation text in this game is special, and I think we just kind of refer to them as Christo and Bray, their original names. So yeah, basically the premise here is that you're a princess of kingdom and you're of tomboyish nature, and you basically want to escape and go on an adventure. You don't have too much game plan yet, but you just kind of want to get stronger. So basically what we need to do is set up these 3 story triggers by just talking to Christo, Bray, and one of the guards on the left, and then we're going to basically kick our way out. So we're going to pick up some stuff along the way. Get a feather cap here, we're just going to equip, get a nice herb, pick up some money outside, and then we're going to go. And yeah, I think while we get set up, maybe we can kick it over to Casa on donations for a few minutes.
Alrighty. I actually have a few here. I have a $50 donation from Lambo that says, candy corn hot dog for cleartonic.
Great.
We still have lots of these hot dog
Thank
ones.
Keep them coming.
We have a $100 donation from Andrew234 with no comment. Thank you very much. A $10 donation from Hot Dog Fan 44 that says, hot dog fact, if you ask for a hot dog in New Zealand, you'll get it battered on a stick like a corn dog. To get one on a bun, you have to ask for an American hot dog.
Great.
I'll keep that in mind if I'm ever in New Zealand and want a hot dog.
We have a $25 donation from Banana Hot Dog Nation that says, oh, I meant to say Hot Dog Nation. $25 donation from Professor Hot Dog Esquire. Rise up, Nation. $1,000 donation from Tails Fox that says, well done, Team Hot Dog. You're so close. Can you make it? From the future, I can say we made it. We have a $50 donation from Hot Dog Lover 420 that says, I love hot dog. I know.
Just confirming. Yep.
We have a $100 donation from Andrew234, no comment. We have a $15 donation from Madoka Mahora, donating again for the chance to win that DQ6 card. Hot Dog Nation. We have an anonymous $20 donation with no comment. Thank you very much. And we have a $100 donation from Hot Dog Man 3333. Hot dog fact number 42. It says fate. Hot dogs can be arranged with a number of toppings and condiments. True. What I want to know is your guys' favorite condiments. Let's see that. All right, we have a $4 donation from Gaiden that says, I want to see Goofy save the world. Please, let this happen.
All right, so we're here in Chapter 2. We got our party. Basically, what you saw is that I sold off an agility seed that I picked up and afforded a sacred knife just for or it's the divine dagger in this version, to get to Alena so she can do some damage. We are going to get to level 2 and hopefully low level 2, and we're going to set up a boss manipulation for this upcoming fight. This is something we don't do throughout most of the run. We really don't manipulate any other bosses, but this guy is pretty notoriously bad, and Chapter 2 is, for most RTA, is pretty rough of a chapter to get through, so we kind of take what we can get. And there's basically a whole bunch of reasons for why we can and cannot manipulate stuff, but we'll just kind of give you a flavor at first, and we'll get into maybe more deeper mechanics later. Okay, that's actually really good. So they all hit level 2, so we can go into the town and set this up. Probably going to get into another fight or two, because the encounter rate is really high here.
Yeah, one other thing about this game is whenever we level up, the stat ups are actually random. So they'll change also run to run, and so you have. It really matters here in this chapter towards the end of it, because it's going to culminate in a tournament where Alena is going to solo a bunch of enemies. So we need her strength and HP to be at good levels so we can get through that easily.
Yeah, that's right. I think and we'll talk a little bit more about some of the stat differences, but basically this version is very similar to the PlayStation version, except that well, there's a lot of small differences, but really one of the ones that we care about the most is that there's like a slight stat buff to all the characters to make it a slightly more friendly experience. Doesn't mean it's easy, but compared to that original PlayStation version, it's certainly slightly nicer. Okay, so we're gonna use some seeds here on Alena. We got 6 points, which is cool. Get an agility seed here. 1, it's not great, but it's fine, doesn't really matter. This Debray, and we will take it in. So yeah, I'm gonna go outside. I'm gonna set up a DS clock manip. So basically what's gonna happen is I'm gonna set the timer to 00, and then I'm gonna try to power on from a visual cue of the second hand. So let's do this now. Save the game. You can power off. So you may be wondering why I have this splash screen, because if anybody who's familiar with the DS knows that you can kind of just go straight into the game without having this splash screen. It's all because I need to access this menu. So what I do quickly is come over here and set this to 00. And we're going to turn the console off, turn it back on. I'm going to roughly look for the second hand to get to 12, which is the top of the 3. And then based on this, there's roughly 8 different possibilities of what can happen here. So I'm going to go into the town and watch the boy's pattern. And then based on that, we're going to hopefully manipulate the boss. So he went right and then down. So I'm going to check my chart and make sure that is good. And it does look good. So we'll see how it goes. And it's like, you absolutely can do this without a manipulation, but grinding in this area, as anybody who's played this game before knows, it can be quite slow to try to get to level 3 or level 4, and this fight can be pretty scary. So, like I said, this is the only time in the run we do this. We're gonna hopefully see that this worked, and if not, we can try again. We have a safety save if we need to, based on that quick save that I just made, so it's easy enough to power off and try again. But every time you try it again, it certainly adds up on time. So this fight should be fully manipulated if things go correctly, and we'll take it from there. Maybe you guys just want to talk about like generally what this fight entails.
Yeah, so this boss is the Chameleon Man. I think he's got a different name in this version, but he spawned with 2 rabbit hounds. So typically unmanipulated, there's a couple of big concerns. One is a character being ganged up on by all 3 of them right away, and another is that the Chameleon Man has Master Kung has an attack that's a sleep hit. There's a chance of putting your characters to sleep. So it's usually okay if things behave, but Christo and Bray in particular both have very low hit points. They're very prone to just getting owned. So this manipulation kind of takes care of all that. Master Kung can also heal himself once he gets low on HP. So some of these manipulations, and I don't know which one Tonic got, but some of the manipulations also get a critical hit on Master Kung to bypass some of his healing. He can heal 3 times in this version. So in the NES version, it was only twice because of some spell cost rebalancing that was done.
Okay, this is looking good so far. Nobody's dead, so it's positive. This will take a few more turns from here, but let's keep it up. Okay. So yeah, can you talk a little bit about healing? Oh, sorry, did you just cover that?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's fine.
Great. Okay. Yeah, okay, cool. So we're on pace.
Yeah, and it's another case with the AI being a little bit funny in this version. So we mentioned it with Healy earlier. It can actually happen with this guy also, where sometimes he'll choose to just ignore his AI tendency to heal himself. Again, Tonic's got the fight manipulated out, so it's not really a
Ready?
variable.
Boom. All right, good. There it is. Okay. Whew. All right, good. I'm glad that went well. Like I said, we're not going to really be seeing that ever again. We're going to do some other manipulations, primarily just for metal slimes from here. But yeah, sorry, I was like half paying attention to your explanation while I was trying to figure this out. Okay, so that's good. And the fact that we're level 4 is good. If you get too much EXP in that earlier grind, you get to level 5, it may mess up. It makes one of the next manipulations coming up for metal slimes at the end of this chapter a little less efficient. But yeah, okay. So basically from here, we got through that early wall. And we are going to progress on. Basically, what we need to do from here is, actually, like at this point in the chapter, you don't really have too much direction. You're just kind of exploring. But if you do talk to some NPCs, you find that, basically in this next town, that apparently the princess goes missing. But we are the princess, so clearly something's off. All right, Bullfinch.
So one thing that's probably worth talking about is running away from battles when you get them. It's sort of a chance. So the first time you try to run away in combat, it's a 50% chance to escape. The second time, it's again 50%. The third time you try, it's 75%. And then if you run the 4th time, it is guaranteed. And while 50%, 50%, and 75 sound kind of high, DQ loves to give you the classic. And there's also a chance when you get into overworld encounters that you'll either get a preemptive attack, which Tonic got one on a random fight earlier, or else you'll get ambushed. And hopefully we don't see too many ambushes.
We're getting ambushed. It happens. Okay, great. So we're going to this cave. That was actually really close to dodging that fight. See how it goes. So yeah, basically at level 4, we are really like under-prepared for everything. We don't really have too much gear, but thankfully, because of this quick save system, we can reset some encounters away. This place isn't so bad, but there's a few formations that are really nasty. This is an early fight, but this is a fairly... we should be able to get away from this. And pretty soon I'm going to take a safety save here. Again, I can just load from this at any point, and it just makes it so that, you know, if I were to die in this dungeon, we'd be able to easily just come back. But also what it does is, the reason that I walked a little distance before I took that save is that it basically skips an encounter. When you refresh the game, it kind of refreshes that depletion value and sets it to its one of those 32 possibilities at its like max. So we might get into a fight before we get into the final stretch. All right, so no, we actually can't save down here, and we'll just see how it goes. There's some pretty nasty fights down here, but if we got 3 characters alive, we might be able to keep it together. I will say too that if you're kind of new to Dragon Quest, this is like very much not a standard Dragon Quest experience. A lot of DQ RTAs don't have anything like quick saves, so this is very nice for a marathon. But for anybody who runs this game, especially these guys who play different versions, you know, this really isn't an option. They do a lot of different strategies around getting the appropriate gear. Not really like safe, but safer, so that they can come down here and you know, reasonably survive and take a few more hits. This is looking pretty good though. I think I got an antidote herb that we can use, Christo, and we'll see. Probably get into one more fight before getting back upstairs. Maybe? Oh, baby.
Nice.
Cool. Okay. Yeah, I think from here we will take another save right here, and we should be able to get out of this dungeon without too much issue. It's kind of, you know, it's a safety thing, but it certainly helps. I think also, too, is that you're not going to see this throughout the rest of the run either. Chapter 2 is really kind of an anomaly into how much we have to power cycle in order to stay safe. Once we get into Chapter 5, it's very much straight shot, and we just kind of make it through. But this chapter, you know, we were talking about just being low levels and not really having many options. You can really get owned. So...
I also want to point out that it's pretty common in Dragon Quest for random enemies to be just as much of a threat as bosses in some cases. So you may notice that, you know, he's being put to sleep. He's got enemies that are casting area of effect abilities, enemies lowering his defense, poisoning. There's a lot of status effects and a lot of really nasty stuff and random encounters in the whole Dragon Quest series. So it's something that obviously you're keeping an eye on, but it can really give you some surprises.
Definitely. Okay, coming here, we're going to sell our knife because we're not going to be attacking with it for the rest of this chapter. I actually have quite a bit of money, which is good. And we will buy a chainmail, which we're going to keep on for pretty much, the rest of the game for Alena. And then we're out of here. Pick up an agility seed here. Maybe you guys want to talk about what seeds entail and like how important they are?
Yeah, so throughout the game, there's various stat seeds, one for pretty much every stat, as well as HP and MP, and every time you use a seed, it rolls a value between a stat seed, so agility, strength are pretty much the big ones. You can get a value between 1 and 3, and that just gets added to your stats. In some of the earlier NES games, there were some stat seeds that could actually end up sort of harming you long-term because it could actually inhibit your stat growth. That doesn't really happen in the remake versions. They sort of fixed all that. The life seeds and MP seeds that Tonic will pick up, they can roll between 4 and 6, and they'll permanently add to a character's HP or MP pool. So those might seem like pretty small numbers, but they really do add up, and they really do, especially in these early chapters, make the difference in little thresholds to have a higher chance of outspeeding somebody or saving a turn on damage rolls or something like that.
Yeah, for sure. I think, at least from my experience, when I used to casually play these games, I never took seeds all that seriously. But for a speed run, when you're trying to save levels and really just get through it as fast as possible, anything to increase your stats permanently is pretty important. So in this version of the game, it's not all that important to have seeds past the first 4 chapters. They're really helpful early on. And I guess in the beginning of Chapter 5 they are, but they're still useful. Okay, so basically we're making it nighttime so that we can advance the plot. What you're intended to do is pick up the bracelet in the cave that we were just in, and then basically find out through NPCs that the this fake princess. Whoops, I said no. Well, sorry. Guess it's not going to work out.
But thou must.
Yes. That she is here and that we're going to come in, basically make the ransom trade. But then she admits to you that she is not the real princess, which we already know. And then she gives us the thief key. It's always kind of random in Dragon Quest games. They just kind of give you really good things. Like, I don't know why this woman is just giving us the thief's key, but I've got no complaints.
And from a story standpoint, this may seem like a pretty small side quest going to fetch this golden bracer, but it actually, we'll see in Chapter 5, does have sort of a notable impact on the main plot of the game.
Look at you knowing the lore. I'm impressed. Wow. The joke is that Hactical plays on the PlayStation version, which is all in Japanese, so he tends to fudge some stuff to make it all blend together into one experience. But that was spot on. Okay, so from here we're basically gonna advance the plot to see that the king, Alena's father, is. Oh yeah, thanks. Just talking about plot. I'm just so excited to move on. Thank you. We're going to go back to the hometown and figure out what the next course of action is, which is basically that we have to go find something called the Birdsong Nectar and to relieve our father of his illness, which is mute status. So we're going to talk to the Chancellor here.
Yeah, so the reason that her father went mute was actually because he has this ability to see the future in dreams. And he saw a dream where the whole world was destroyed, and as soon as he tried to tell somebody about it, he became mute and could not talk anymore.
Yeah, that's right. And unfortunately, that's not the end of his troubles throughout this run. So we talked to some party members, we talked to the Chancellor, we talked to this guy. Very important is that we pick up the Seed of Magic here. Seed of Magics are worth 412 gold, which is very, very important. We're going to need that later on to afford Alena's best gear. We're going to come here, talk to this guy. His name's Moroni in Japanese. Actually, I kind of forget what his name is here. Hello, Starling.
So yeah, one thing that's also, like many RPGs common to the DQ series is sometimes seemingly arbitrary plot triggers. There are usually NPCs that give you sort of hints on where you need to go next or who might have the information you need, but in the speedrun, it's kind of know where all the plot triggers are, of course, but from a casual standpoint, it really encourages you to explore and talk to characters and get to sort of know the area that you're in.
Yeah. Okay. We can usually make it to that. I think it's a 3 out of 32 chance of not getting into a fight there. Okay, so we are in Birdsong Tower. We need the Thief's Key in order to get into here, and we are picking up a 1,200 gold chest and a Strength Seed. So these two together are pretty valuable. Strength Seed is going to help us with the final part of this chapter, but probably more importantly is the 1,200 gold. So between the 1,200 gold that we just picked up and the 412 gold from the magic seed that we'll sell, we will be able to afford the Iron Claw later. So I'm going to be taking saves throughout this dungeon. We can basically just get through this dungeon without any problems. The enemies here are like really, really nasty, so we can... It's definitely faster to... Well, if you're trying to be as fast as possible, you just not save and run, but it's very dangerous, and if we lose that 1,200 gold, and basically, in pretty much every Dragon Quest game, if you KO, a full party KO, you will lose half your gold, so we just can't afford that at all. And we don't have any reason to fight anything right now, because we are going to later grind more efficiently on metal slimes, so...
Something to build on what Hactical said a minute ago about, talking to NPCs and stuff is that in a lot of the Dragon Quest games, especially like 1 through 7, there isn't usually like a deep overarching plot going on that spans the whole game. There's like an excuse for the hero to go fight like a big demon or something, but generally a lot of the focus is on these little side quests you do along the way. Like each town you go to has its own little problem that you have to solve. That kind of thing.
Yep. Alright, here we are. We made the Birdsong Nectar. we're going to use this to cure our father, and he's going to, basically approve of our quest to go become stronger. So I think with that, maybe we can kick it over to a donation or two if we got any.
Alrighty, we definitely have some here for you, buddy. About $100 from Ice Plug that says, "Hey, Tonic, just here to provide much-needed CT meat. Good luck on the run."
Thank you, Icebug.
We have a $20 donation from Biosax with no comment. Thank you very much. A $10 donation from Rose that says, "Thank you, RPG Limit Break, for keeping my boring night shifts entertaining. Also, we better let Eevee steal the show for Pokemon Let's Go." We have a $10 donation from Hot Dog Fan 44 that says, "Hot dog fact, the world's longest hot dog stretched 196.85 feet and was prepared by Japan's Shizuoka meat producers in 2006.
Incredible.
We have a $50 donation from The Real Hot Dog. A $10,
Go ahead.
A $10 donation from Used Hot Dog Nation.
I can't handle it, man.
I think we're almost in the safety zone. We have a $35 donation from some Diener that says, "Tonic, you're my #1 speed hero, and I owe you so much for introducing me to DQ3, to just being an awesome guy. Dragon Quest RTA community is the best community. Best of luck, brother."
Thanks, Somebody. Somebody's over here supporting the run. Thank you very much.
We have a $25 donation from Drunken Newbie that said, "I had to donate. I love you guys and GDQ. First time donator ever. I just had to because this is literally my favorite RP. Oh, and I had to announce my wife is pregnant with our first child. Congratulations."
Congrats.
We have a $25 donation from Rob Draven that says, "Gotta make sure that hot dog can catch up."
Oh, it did. All right, so here we are. We're about to manipulate some metal slimes, hopefully. Basically, the way this is going to work is that we're going to first adjust with a heal. And we'll explain this a little bit more in a second. And then I'm going to track what battle I get into first, and then from there adjust. If you saw earlier, I picked up some Holy Waters. We're going to use that specifically for this part of the game. So I'm on 4 Scorpions. So this means I know based on a lot of research that I did that it should be that after 3 heals, I come over here. And we should hopefully get into a fight with a metal slime. Okay, so we're still on some sort of manipulation from here, so we're going to defend turn 1. Turn 2, all holy water, sticking around, and that's it. It's that easy. Okay, cool. So basically, we're going to get this metal, and we're going to hopefully continue the chain and get another metal slime. I don't want to bore anybody with how we figured this out, but effectively, we dove into the code of the game to figure out the RNG formula for this specific version of the game, and I needed a way to understand how to bridge the gap between the DS console and the emulator. So basically, there's 4 billion possible starting seeds, and we had to brute force and figure out which ones could possibly map to the timing method that I came up with. And then from there, what you do is if you follow the RNG and figure out which seed you're on, you can track it in-game. Another thing that I should probably mention is that RNG does not change for frame, which is kind of, it depends on the Dragon Quest game. Some games like Dragon Quest 3, that one has RNG that changes every frame. And this one, it does not change every frame. There's certain things either in battle or outside of battle that change it. So effectively, if you keep track of it, you can do these sort of manipulations. So here we are. We're going to heal twice and then hopefully get into another metal fight. See how it goes. What do you know? It's another metal slime. So we're going to use Holy Waters. He's sticking around. And it's a success. So great. All right, great. So this round of metal slime farming is over. This is anybody who's played this chapter before, and these guys who play without manipulations can attest. That usually takes way, way, way longer.
Yeah.
So it's pretty nice.
another thing that's worth noting is the method that Tonic used to actually do damage to the metal slimes. Is that in many of the DQ games, if you throw a holy water as an item in combat, it'll do some damage to an enemy. In this case, it's guaranteed to do 1 damage to a metal slime, and there's no chance of it like missing or anything like that. So it's really nice. It's also available in the PlayStation version of the game, and even more extreme in the Famicom version,
Yeah.
but not at all in the NES.
So most interestingly, is the Dragon Quest game for the Famicom. The first one released is kind of what started the holy water damaging metal slimes. In that version, 1 holy water will actually one-shot a slime. It'll do around 12 damage or so, and kill them. And that became kind of a famous way to kill metal enemies in that game. And I guess the developer decided to continue that on, but obviously not make it as overpowered as it was, and make it have one guaranteed damage every time you use it.
Okay, here we are using our seeds. Kind of low. Alright, average. That's good. It was actually both average for the life and for strength, which is cool. And we're about to go into the tournament. So the tournament is the final part of this chapter, and the reason that we had to get to level 11. We need to basically defeat 5 enemies in a row. And once we got the king's permission, which is just talking to him briefly, we're going to come over here and we're going to sell that magic, the seed of magic that we had before, and we're going to get 1,600 gold, 1,500 for the iron claw, which is going to be her weapon, and it's pretty powerful. We're going to use it for quite a while from here. Stock up with herbs, and we're going to go in. So yeah, the tournament is, it's fairly consistent on this version. We'll see in the last 2 fights that they can get a little bit dicey, but we'll see from here. If anybody's walking at home, maybe we can talk a little bit about the final fight here, which is the Lingwar, and that I have to choose which one that we're going to be fighting. So basically there's 4 enemies, and one of them is non-illusion, so I have to commit to them. So if anybody at home wants to pick A, B, C, or D, I'm listening.
A and pray.
Yeah.
Always D.
Yeah. I actually forgot to heal going in here, but it'll work out. Everything's fine.
The Lingwar is a great fight to sort of meme about and get superstitious on every time you see someone fight him, so.
It's true. I'm open for suggestions, except for B. Never B. Never. Okay, so the first fight is pretty simple. This guy, he usually outspeeds Alena, and he does a fair amount of damage, but he's not too bad. And we're not really at risk of dying, or, well, if that happens.
Nice.
Which is cool. And yeah, it's really the 4th and 5th fights that are kind of nasty, but that's really good. Anytime that you get a crit and you kind of instantly end a fight, it just means that it's more likely that you have an extra herb that you can utilize. And we come in here with 9 herbs. Every fight after the first one drops an herb, so we have to be kind of smart about our healing. You see there that they actually allow you to use an herb before getting into the next fight. So about this, who we're fighting here, Prima Donna or Vivian, she will cast a bunch of spells. She will also cast Heal More if she has MP and you've dealt enough damage to her. So basically what we're doing is defending a few times. I wanted to make sure. She may actually cast the crack spell and it'll go off, but that's okay. And then from here she has no MP, so I'll heal in this fight and we'll keep it rolling from here. Cool. Okay. So I'm not going to heal before Samson, but basically what's going to happen is that we're going to do 2 attacks and then heal, 2 attacks and heal. And I usually don't have too many problems with Samson. It's just a Lingwar at the end.
Yeah, Samson's a big gatekeeper on the NES version and on the PlayStation version because your stats really end up mattering. He's got 90 HP, and he does quite a bit of damage. You almost always outspeed him, but when he gets under half health, he can also choose to use a medical herb on himself to heal. So that's sort of the big thing is you don't want him doing that. So it's get him near half health, heal up, and kind of spam attack and pray.
And one other big difference between the NES in this version and the PlayStation version is the NES you only have 8 inventory slots, so Alena's much more limited on the number of herbs you can hold. In this you have 12, so you can hold, what, 9 herbs?
Yeah.
Yeah. Very nice. All right, so that was okay. I think I've got 4, maybe 5 herbs, probably 4 after that drop, and we're going in.
I have a $10 donation from Lavitz951255 that says, exclamation Linguar C.
All right. Well, we're about to go into Lingwar. I'm in. This is for you. We're going with C. Let's do it.
Abominable Showman.
All right, so this is Lingwar, Abominable Showman. There's A.
There's A.
If you were optimal,
Told ya.
you would pick A. Here we are. So yeah, you got to hit this guy 3 times. It's just pure random. There's the crit. Didn't work. And there's not much strategy here besides choosing right. All right, here we go.
There's one.
There's 1. Heal up. See how many arrows I've got. I think I've got 3. I got 4. Okay. So that's good. Ah, sucks. So I decided to heal to be kind of on the safer side. This guy will always outspeed you. Okay. Okay. So we got 2. Good. Very nice. Keep it going from here. Oh, baby.
Oh,
Very nice.
wow.
Lavis, you did well. Incredible. That guy can be really nasty and it's just 1 in 20 or 1 in 4, 25%. So yeah. So that's actually the final fight of the tournament. You're led to believe that Sorrow is here, but he is actually not. He decides not to show up. So with that, you are declared the victor. That was really good. Like, that can be really slow and dismal, and if you lose, you have to do all 5 over again, so that's awesome.
It's also an interesting fight in that the mechanics of the Lingwar fight change in sort of every version in terms of what happens when he builds up strength and then shifts position. So I won't go into all the details or anything, but it's different in every version. So I think in the DS, when he builds up strength, it sticks with that slot. So yeah, if he builds up on B and switches to C, it'll be a normal hit. But if he goes back to B, it'll still be strong.
Yeah, that's right. Right. We don't want to like harp on it too much, but it is very interesting that even among the PlayStation and DS versions, which are technically, based on this similar engine, is that they among themselves have tons of very small minor differences that to us runners are very, very interesting, but to most people they probably don't even know. All right, so we're done with the tournament. We're wrapping up chapter 2. Basically, this guy comes here, says this,
Then Alena kills him.
Alena kills him, and then the happy music plays, and then we're out. So we're gonna go back to hometown. And yeah, basically the whole castle is completely evacuated. And we don't really have any idea what happened. So from here, we wrapped up the events of chapter 2, which is good. That was actually pretty solid. I think with the saves, it's a fairly consistent chapter, but even the tournament can throw this run a little bit for a loop, but it's pretty solid. So great. All right. So we're going into chapter 3. I'm gonna turn it over to Countess, who is the biggest Torneko fan that I know, to discuss what chapter 3 entails.
So in chapter 3, it's pretty unique among like any segment of the Dragon Quest series because we don't really care about experience points in this chapter. We're not going to be fighting a boss at the end of it. All we're really trying to do is gain a bunch of money. So there's a couple of things goals that we're going to have in this chapter that involve money. The first of all, so Talun's a merchant. His dream is to own a shop. So we're going to need to raise 35,000 gold to get a shop. And then at the end of the chapter, we need 60,000 more to dig a tunnel to go to the town, which is actually where we start chapter 5. And so we're basically gonna try to once we get our shop, we're gonna kind of grow our money exponentially. And just in the start here, we're kind of just starting by scraping together some items that we're gonna sell. We're gonna grab life force nut out of this first town and buy some wyvern wings with it to get started.
And important to note is you kind of find out that there's the two main towns of this chapter are sort of preparing for war against each other, and so
We're gonna make a lot of money off that.
we're gonna profiteer off that. And one mechanic that's unique to this chapter is that if you actually did end up fighting enemies, which we won't do in the speed run, random enemies will drop extremely valuable armor and weapons and things.
Very high rate.
Yeah, things you don't really see anywhere else.
And if you're familiar with this chapter of any version of this game, there's something that's called the Iron Safe that we will not be needing or getting. It just means that you would go to a dungeon to the north and you would not lose any money if you were to wipe out. But we're not going to bother with all that because nothing bad's going to happen.
Yeah. And in the other versions of the game, like even the PlayStation version, that iron safe takes up a very critical inventory slot. So that's the reason we wouldn't even think about getting it in the other versions.
Yeah, that's right. Hactical was talking about this before, but the addition to the bag was something that was added to PlayStation version, but that was only in Chapter 5. However, in this version of the game, we get the bag at any points, and or for every chapter, we get the bag. And that is incredibly important and helpful for this run because it means that we can buy a whole bunch of stuff and throw it into our bag and not be limited on inventory space. So that's usually part of Dragon Quest is usually a how do I say this? A huge part of Dragon Quest RTA is usually around your inventory management, much like other RPGs, but especially in the earlier games, you are definitely at the mercy of how many inventory slots you have. So having something like the bag to help mitigate that really helps.
Yeah, and there's a lot of menu optimization that goes on in DQRTA in terms of just making it so that when you're in an inventory menu, it's taking the fewest inputs possible and you sort of know the order of things in your inventory, and being able to split things up amongst the bag in addition kind of gives you more options in terms of how you can optimize where everything is. So when you need it, it's quicker to menu.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so basically the gist of this chapter so far is that you helped out a friend from your hometown, and he hooks you up with his dog, and you find out that there's this illusionary village caused by apparently this fox. So some people have been getting trapped into this village, including the architect who is supposedly working on the bridge that was going to connect
What's
the
the
gap.
architect's name?
This is Archaeotect. Great. So yes, here he is. So yeah, he was supposed to bridge the gap between Bon Malmo and Endor, or Ballymoral. Sorry, I'm already starting to lose it. And yeah, so what we do now is go back to here, and then we can talk to the king, and we're going to be able to go to Endor, which is great.
I want to make fun of that guy's name, but it takes him about 4 seconds to fix this bridge, so he was right to name himself that.
Yeah, so the story trigger of the bridge being built is talking to the king. Ordinarily, if you're going as fast as possible, you can sell that full plate armor that we already got, but we're gonna basically take a slight safety route and go to Endor first, set up the warp point, and then come back. And yeah, okay, cool. So there's 2 out of 32 chance of getting into an encounter there, and for a marathon, we don't want to risk it, but yeah. All right, maybe one of you guys want to talk about the whole haggling system here. It's special.
Yeah, so in this town in particular, there's a shortage of armor. So they've got this guy over here who's willing to offer you money for armor. So you open up your inventory, you choose a piece of
Oh,
armor.
wow, the crit.
Very nice. And he sort of gives you a range of values. I think by default it's between 75 and 125% of the item's value, and then there's also a chance at a critical, which is what Tonic got right there, which is 150 to 200% of the item's value, and Tonic's going to use that money to buy some really good equipment for Torneko to kind of go dungeon diving for some more stuff.
Because like I said earlier, like we're not worried about getting experience in this chapter. We're going to end this chapter at level 1. But we still got to be able to survive the encounters, so we're just going to load up on armor.
Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, we got a critical, which just means we have more money than we actually need right now, which is fine. We're going to invest that later. It's going to be, it's not going to be a problem having some extra cash, but we're not going to need it right now. So, basically what I'm doing is picking up a bunch of gear, as they were just saying, and we pick up the strongest gear that we can right now, and picking up some herbs, some antidote herbs, and chimera wings, and then we're out from here. And we're going to go into the cave to find the silver statuette, which is just going to be a very valuable item that we trade in for a lot of money, 25k.
Yeah.
So, yep, go
I
ahead.
was just gonna say that the house that Tonic walked past leaving the town. If you go in there, the guy upstairs talks about how he's obsessing over the statuette.
Yep, that's right. And if you saw, I went into that cave in and out. That's a perfect example of the encounter cancel. So I walked to that cave, walked in, walk out, and yeah, that just reset the depletion rate. So we're gonna see that a lot. All right, 2 main enemies to look out for here. The Splatterpunk that I just saw on the left. Those guys can cast Sap, which decreases defense, and if that happens and then I fail to run away, I will get hit for a ton of damage. So those guys and Metal Slimes, which are actually very, very dangerous because they're the only things in here that have offensive magic spell. If they get hit by that too much, then pretty much just out of luck. So ordinarily, if I see a Metal Slime, I'm just going to defend and hope that they run away. And if I see the Splatterpunk, I'm just going to try to run away and hope they don't cast Sap. Everything else in here will do 1 to 2 damage. Pretty much everything does 1, and they often miss. So clearly, if you have the money to afford the gear, even at level 1, you're pretty much safe in here. I've definitely, KO'd in this dungeon, but for the most part, most encounters are relatively safe. And there's not too much to this dungeon. It's really just that you go down and find the silver statuette, but along the way there's some gold and there's some equipment that we're going to be able to take advantage of later, either through haggling or through selling in our personal shop, which we'll get to. Alright, so here's Splatterpunk. Hope for the best. See you later. We're going to continue downstairs.
And this bottom floor right here is the most common place for the Metal Slime to show up if any are going to appear. They can show up on other floors too, but
Yes, it's true. And they can show up in a duo. Ooh, alright, good. This has actually been pretty nice so far. Oops. Come over here. We'll head upstairs. Whoops. Yep. Okay. There's not too much happening right now. We're gonna basically come out of this dungeon and trade in some cash and do some story triggers. So, yeah, if we have a donation or a plug or two, we can take some.
We definitely do. I have a big one here for you, so buckle on in for this. All right.
All right.
$250 from Gunarm Dime. Punarm Dime here. Dragon Quest has always been such a great series that I'm always floored at how many each new entries are there. Nara, a thing that can go wrong with the classic formula of exploring the world to enjoy the Lucius scenery and fighting the Demon Lord's rabble, both indoors and out. And I'm pretty certain I'm not flying solo on that opinion, as there's never a bad time to get into the series. Of course, some of the games can be tricky for newcomers, as Duran most of you have to grind through to being in a rough situation. But keep moving forward, and you'll earn the satisfaction of a hard-earned victory either in battle or when safe scumming at the casino to stay out of the red. But don't feel sorrow. If you mess up anywhere, it's all part of the experience. Good luck to Cleartonic on the run, and as expected, on the run, and as we expect you to Kyriel it, tarry through the game before sitting back and enjoying an ice-cold drink. And remember, if someone offers you a ride to the Shoe Puff Puff, you're probably playing the wrong game.
I don't know if I'm impressed or disappointed, but thank you.
That was a very difficult one to read.
All right, so yeah, we're back, and we're gonna hand in the silver statuette. We're gonna get a lot of money, but we're gonna continually advance the plot. So we're gonna get a 25k, and we have the letter from the prince, basically the prince of the kingdom that we were just at, and Ballymoral is madly in love with the princess of this Endor empire. So we get to play the Cupid role here of Torneko and his dog, just setting up 2 lovebirds. So here's the prince's letter. We're gonna get another royal scroll and go back, and then we're gonna start our haggling sequence.
yeah, it's also worth noting that from a casual standpoint, there are other temporary NPCs you can get in this chapter. The speedrun doesn't need any of them. We just keep the dog the whole time. But I know there's also a guard that can follow you around, and is there a third?
Spellcaster.
A spellcaster.
The guard won't join you if you have the dog with you, so we don't want him anyway.
That's right. It's all about the dog.
Kaloon the dog napper.
It's all about the hot dog.
Sure is.
Yeah, we're keeping this dog. We're not giving it back.
All right, so now that we have a lot of money, we're basically going to buy a lot of iron aprons, and we're going to put it into our bag, which is really nice. Actually, I think I have enough. No, I don't. Okay.
Yeah, so this, like we said earlier, this is where the bag really comes into play in this chapter, where you can make a lot of money a lot quicker. Traditionally, we have to do a bunch of different trips, back and forth, haggling, and stocking up on iron aprons to get enough money for the shop. Whereas here, we can easily do it in one trip.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, we're going to do our story trigger first, which is the Royal Scroll. And this is basically going to bridge the gap between the two nations, so they're not going to fight anymore. But we still have access to the haggling system. So basically, this is a good time to post up. You're going to see that we're going to sell back all of those iron aprons, hopefully at a profit. I'm basically looking for about 1,700 or more on every apron, but I'm going to need about 4 criticals in order to actually get to the 35k that I'm trying to get to. So we're going to be here for a little bit. We're just going to kind of go back and forth and try to make some profit. So yeah, let's see. I think maybe now we should talk a little bit about kind of like the Dragon Quest community. There's crit, so that's good. I'll take that. I think we just want to kind of talk about what Dragon Quest RTA entails, and it's pretty interesting. I think the DQ RTA community expands way past the kind of the Western world and really started in the East. Japan is just kind of notoriously crazy about Dragon Quest, and there's been a lot of DQ RTA over the years, specifically from like 2009 onwards is really when it got really hot, and by far the most popular game in the Dragon Quest series for speedrunning is Dragon Quest III, but basically all the other Dragon Quest games have very tight speedruns, and they're very, very competitive in their natural Japanese form, mostly in the original versions of their games. There's a few exceptions, like Dragon Quest III, for instance, is usually on the played on the Super Famicom remake version, but actually, for the original trilogy, that's the most competitive there. But, that's kind of where it all started. And then I would say, I don't know, probably a few years ago, it started to pick up more and more steam in the West. And, there's so many versions of the Dragon Quest games, from their original to remakes or, remasters or re-releases. So there's just like a lot of community members. So, yeah, it's just like growing. It's very cool. It's very much a difficult series to kind of understand and get into at first, but we all kind of help each other out, and we learn from some of our Japanese forefathers, and we kind of improve things ourselves and get competitive, and it's been a very rewarding experience. You guys have anything to add to that?
Yeah, Tonic here has been part of the DQRTA community for a long time, and I know he was already part of it when I kind of joined, and he's created what we call a compendium, and we just it's a place where we compile all our notes, and just for about every game in the Dragon Quest series, we have detailed notes that you can use to learn how to speedrun the games. We have a Discord server that you can ask questions on any specific game. Everybody's very happy to help each other out in this. It's a very difficult series to speedrun, and the challenge is what makes it fun and why we enjoy it.
Yeah, and I also just want to give a shout out to Tonic here as like an inspirational standpoint. So a bunch of us, I know some Diener and myself, got into speedrunning Dragon Quest because of Tonic's RPG Limit Break run of DQ3 SFC in, I forget what year it was, 2016 I think.
Mm-hmm.
And Tonic's been really a driving force in terms of expanding that community and getting a lot of people interested in DQRTA. Yeah, so just a personal shout out to Tonic for all that.
Thanks. Oh, thanks, guys. Yeah, it's been great. It's like, it's growing. There's a lot of people that join, and I think we've got a great community. But the games are rough, It can be tough.
Speaking of inspiration, I've got a donation here from Golden. It's a $10 donation that says, I've been following along with this run on my map cam, but I got distracted. I was thinking about why cleartonic has been an inspiration to me for so long now. Simply put, when he decides to do something, he puts full effort into getting it done. His dedication to speedrunning is one example, but he's also an accomplished musician, ROM hacker creator, and a nationally renowned fictional defense attorney.
That's the one I'm most proud of.
In all seriousness, though, I mean it when I say that Cleartonic's dedication and focus is something anyone can be inspired by. See for yourself. Stream viewers, good luck, and good luck on the run, CT. Also, fun hot dog fact. In 2018, Joey Chestnut slammed 74 hot dogs in 10 minutes to win the Nathan's famous dog-eating contest.
Thanks for topping that one off. Thank you, Golden.
This is kind of off topic. I've forgotten about this bug, but after he sold about 7 of those aprons, the haggler guy's voice cut out. It just stopped making noise as the text advanced.
All right. Yeah, we're doing great on money. So, oh, sorry, I gotta go upstairs. Yeah. So that's like a glitch. I think it's just specific to this version. Not sure about the Japanese version.
Just like so many dialogue boxes probably that
Yeah, I think
pop
so.
up, it loses the sound.
Yeah. Anyways, that was like actually a really solid haggling segment. I got a whole bunch of criticals, and I didn't have to really push it too hard. So you can be there for a while, just kind of selling back and forth. But yeah, we got our goal of 35K, and we're gonna go get a shop. So what happens from here is that we have access to our own shop, and that our wife is going to be the storekeeper, and we're going to be able to give her gear, and she's going to be able to sell it at exorbitantly high prices. And for some reason, we don't really understand how, people come and buy it, even though across the street we're selling the exact same thing for probably, I think it's like baseline 1.5 times more.
It's
And
got that special Talon touch.
yes, it does. And for some reason, it draws people in. So, yeah. So, what we're going to do here is give her all of the equipment that we have now, and we're going to start to build up money and basically kind of go back and forth in a similar manner to what we were just doing. And this one's a little bit more consistent, but the idea is that we're just going to kind of give her stuff to sell and grow our cash capital. So.
Yeah, and in particular, the main item that we're going to be buying and selling is the abacus, and and the source of debate is terms of what's the plural of abacus, and I believe in game it refers to them as abaci, but we all prefer saying abacuses.
Abacuses?
Yes.
And which is also, I think, a valid plurality of it, but
Yes.
yeah, and the source of debate.
It just doesn't sound right. Abakai?
Also worth noting is sort of a side effect of the goal of this. The Countess mentioned earlier that the goal is to get 60,000 to reopen the tunnel past here, but in addition, if you get a little bit of extra money, you can buy some items, like more abacuses, and they will actually carry over with you into Chapter 5 when you get your characters back in that chapter. So you can stock up on money now while you have the ability to do so, and then you have some abacuses to sell later in Chapter 5, or actually also use as a tool in combat. But it's sort of a really valuable routing option for this part of the game.
Yeah, they tried to stop you from doing that by reopening the casino at the end of the chapter and charging like 20 times the normal price for casino coins, but you can just spend it on equipment instead.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so I'm just going to clear out my inventory. The fact that we were able to buy 7 on the first one's really good. Basically, I bought 7, I'm going to sell them all here, get the money, and probably buy 9, and then sell them all, and then we'll have enough money. So you might be thinking, yeah, we have to get to 60K. How are we going to do that with this? Is that going to take forever? It would. But what we have to do is go to the king, who's going to progress us with a quest that allows us to basically, we have to buy 6 iron armor and 6 steel broadswords, and we can cash that in for 60,000 gold, which is exactly what we need. So all this other money that we're getting is to afford those, but then any excess cash is what we're going to bring into Chapter 5.
When I first played this casually, I had no idea that the king wanted that. I never talked to him again and knew that you can get that easy 60K from. I end up just doing this over and over again
It's pretty rough.
until you get it all.
Well, it interestingly only saves you probably about 5 minutes in this version to do like the king's quest instead of just continuing to grind these abacuses.
Yeah, that's right. Because this is actually pretty good, you know? Especially with the bag, you can just like dump all your money in abacuses and then come back. Okay, we're actually doing really well on money though. I'll have about 4K left over, and she usually sells this stuff for about 22K plus if you do 9. It's not guaranteed every time you go to bed that she's going to sell everything. I think
75%.
75% is
Sometimes it doesn't seem like 75%.
yeah. But if she doesn't sell, we can just basically stay overnight again and re-roll the chance. So yeah. So we're gonna cash in all of these, stay overnight, and then we'll see. But we won't have to buy any more abacuses for the sake of reselling. We're gonna buy some to bring us to bring into chapter 5, but yeah. This chapter is just very, very different than standard Dragon Quest RTA, and you know, it's a nice little break.
It's a menu boss.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's really fun when playing it casually because it sort of breaks up the game and it throws like a very unique curveball at you.
For sure.
When you start doing repeated RTAs, it kind of becomes like, all right, it's just sort of downtime in the run, waiting to get to the next part. But there's variability to it in terms of the haggling and the shopping, but there's not a whole lot you can really do to influence it one way or another.
Yeah, that's right. Before we get into the onslaught of chapter 4, this is a nice little break. All right, let's see. Tessie, how well did you do? 24K. All right, that's great. Awesome. Let's see how much you got left. Yeah, it's 1 abakai. So...
1 abakai.
Yes. I'm going to play this safe, I guess. Just in case. Yeah, so we'll go over here, and we're going to buy some steel broadswords. This is part of the King's Quest. We haven't accepted the quest yet, but it doesn't matter. We can just stock up. We'll come over here. This has a weapon shop, and we'll buy 6 of these.
It's also a big quality of life improvement for the remakes of this game in the NES version. You needed to, it was what, 7 of each?
Yes.
It was enough for 1 wing plus a full inventory worth, and you had to like make trips back and forth, and in the remakes you can sort of fit everything in one trip.
On NES, you've also got to buy all these one at a time, and you can't equip them, and the shopkeeper lets you know every time you buy one.
Yeah, it's pretty, there's just a lot of things that they kind of were like, maybe we should fix that. And they did. It is too bad that you can't just buy like a whole bunch of abacuses and give them to your shop, but okay. So basically what we're doing is buying some gear for Torneko so that he goes into chapter 5 with these. And let's see, how much money do I have? I can afford if I sell... Alright, this is going to be a little slow. I'm selling the lunch, I'm sorry. But basically if I get to 8K, I should be able to buy 5 abacuses.
One other thing that Tonic did earlier was that lunch he's talking about. He put it in his bag. Every time you sleep in your shop, your wife tries to give you another lunch, but if you stick it in your bag, then she just skips it.
Yeah. Just a little text box, but save some time. Alright, so we basically have 3 gold, which is not much, but we got everything we need. Actually, that math worked out pretty nicely. So usually you want to bring 3 abacuses into chapter 5 at minimum, but you know, basically what we did just here is that we didn't really lose too much time. You could argue that maybe you could have bought less abacuses to give to the shop, but for a marathon, it's really helpful to have a few more abacuses to bring with you, because then you can just sell them off for money. You can sell them back for 1,200, which is really nice in case you know, characters die or you just need some excess cash in chapter 5. You've got it. Alright, so the quest from here is that we got 60k, which is what we need to afford, or to give to this guy so that he can afford finishing out this tunnel that'll allow us to connect to the other continent. I guess it's all the same continent, but it's all blocked off by a mountain, I think.
Are you guaranteed to get to this tunnel in DS?
I was gonna
Yes,
ask that.
without
yes,
an encounter?
you are, yes.
So
yes.
in other versions, you can get encounters between Endor and this tunnel, and the Splatty Punk that Tonic mentioned earlier can show up there, get rid of all of your defense, and then own you with 60,000 gold,
Yep.
and then you've got to do some more shopping.
I believe my NES PB has that happen. Unless that was my last one. It's a 7-minute time loss.
Yeah.
And it still worked out. Okay. Great. So, yep, now that we advanced that, all we have to do is come out to the casino real fast. It's a story trigger, and then we have to go talk to our wife. Apparently, the casino was under repair, and then it reopens. I think if you go down there earlier in the chapter, Ragnar's hanging out down there.
Yeah. Yeah, you can find Ragnar in Chapter 2 as well. He's in that inn that Alena goes through to get to Endor, but he's only there at night.
Oh, interesting. Cool. All right, that was actually a really solid Chapter 3. It was pretty fast. We've got 5 abacuses, and we're moving on. We're going to be passing through this tunnel in Chapter 5 at the very beginning.
Yeah, it's sort of interesting that these early chapters really do set up a decent amount of world building for Chapter 5. It really does do a good job of wrapping all of it back together, and as Tonic said, this tunnel is part of it.
Yep.
All right. So good. We're going into Chapter 4. We're going to play as the Mambaba sisters, who are Mina and Maya in this version, which is Nara and Mara in the original. So these two they're mages, but basically Mina is the healer and Maya's the spellcaster, more so of a mage. Mina is fairly sturdy, so we're going to be basically beefing her up with some defensive gear. But they're both, not super sturdy. We're going to be picking up an NPC not too far in to help tank us through. So
I like that there's only 7 people in the crowd on DS.
yeah, not very popular today. It's also like during the daytime, It's kind of strange, right? Because I think in PlayStation it's nighttime.
Yeah.
Who knows?
I was playing the nighttime music.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, that's a good point.
They just have better lights in the DS version. That's all.
That's it. All right, so the premise of this chapter is that you know that this guy named Balzac had slain your father. So you're trying to figure out where he is and any clues you can get about him. You just have no real idea what it's about. And we've been talking about the whole chapters tying into the later part of the game, and it's the concept of evolution, something that's going to come up very often in the mid to end game, and it kind of really starts here. Balzac is kind of experimenting with this whole concept of evolution, and he basically got some of the details from the sister's father, who was an alchemist. So he's got the basics of how evolution works, and then Balzac kills him and takes it for his advantage. So the sisters are out for revenge. All right, so we're stopping here. It's called Abbot du Monde, I think. It's Kiev in the original. And we are going to pick up a few things here. We're going to sell off our sword. We're going to sell off gear on Maya, which is pretty scary, but we're basically going to prioritize having defensive equipment on Mina instead. Okay. Buy a bunch of herbs as well. We're going to need these. I'm going to buy 2 antidote herbs. A few wings, 3 of them. That's 4. Buy 3 wings. Put them in the bag. And then we are going to buy feather cap. And that's going to be for Mina. So basically we have no defense on Maya, but we're just going to power up Mina.
Yeah, the beginning part of this chapter is really scary. You're not really well equipped to fight anything. The NPC that you get that Tonic mentioned is going to be very strong and very useful for defeating enemies and earning some experience points. So the beginning goal of the chapter is really to get to him as soon as possible. And the place where you get him also has a couple of items that are, one of them is extremely useful and one of them is effectively required for the chapter. So we're going to be heading up to this cave that's across this bridge up here.
I'm not sure which game started this trend, but there's a trend in Dragon Quest where you'll find a lot of seeds of life on graves like Tonic just found.
Mm-hmm. Cool. We're going to come here. I am going to take a safety save in here. This dungeon is usually not too bad, but it can get really dicey down here. Well, because we're fighting this one. We'll see. It should be okay. Well, if you get ambushed, that's not great either. So he's dancing. They're dancing. Whatever. Okay, great. I'll take a save later then. It's fine. Actually, I'll do it right now. Because from here, I'm only going to get into... It's usually one fight, maybe two. But we're going to have to set up a death warp here. So it's this weird balance of trying to heal to stay alive so you can get this NPC. Get a few levels, but then also keep your HP low because we want a death warp at the end after we get both items down here. So we have to kind of balance all of that. And if something goes wrong and if you at any point have Mina and Maya KO before you get both items, you just lose a ton of time because you have to walk back. First you have to burn another wing, which isn't good, to warp back to Abba Domond, and then you have to walk back to the cave. It's just a whole mess. So, in the event that something goes wrong, we just reload the save. But, yeah. We need to fight a few battles here. Our overall goal in this chapter is to get to level 6 so that we can fight Balzac. Along the way, we're just going to be tackling certain encounters. We're not going to fight anything until we get Orin or Ujum. Great name. Fantastic. He is basically like a physical tank. He just does physical damage. So he's got a bunch of HP. He's going to go to the front of our party, and he's going to hopefully absorb most of the damage. Maybe you guys want to talk just about party order and how people get it hit?
Yeah, so in Dragon Quest and a lot of other RPGs, the party order actually does matter, and the games don't ever really make it obvious, but characters who are near the front of the party get targeted specifically by physical attacks more commonly than characters that are farther back. Magic spells are usually an even chance, and some enemies do have AI that kind of ignores that, but typically in DQ4 it's about a 10% difference per slot. So I think with 3 characters in your party, it's about a 43% that Orin gets targeted, about a 33% for the middle character, and 23 for the back. Obviously, that gets adjusted based on how many people are in your party, but that's sort of the general idea of it.
Yeah, so when we go to Balzac and you see Maya get hit 3 times in a row, just remember that that's not supposed to happen. But it is really important, and we're going to be seeing there a lot that your beefy character should be up front.
Evil Ash mentioned it earlier, but every run of this game really is its own unique thing. That a big part of Dragon Quest RTA is really just dealing with whatever situation the game decides to throw at you. And it's a really fun part of it. It's easy to get frustrated with the randomness of it sometimes, but there's many situations that you can get yourself out of if you're prepared for, and you know the probabilities and you know how to play around that.
Yeah. So we should not get into encounter. It's a 1 in 32 here. Okay, so we're fine. I'm basically intentionally not healing because I'm about to death warp. This is a little bit not great because we would like to fight a few things down here to get some money and some levels, but we can certainly just do it later on the world map before we go into Mammon Mines. So we got both of the items here, and we're going to set up the death warp now. And we can fight things if we see it, but ideally it's faster to just sort of immediately death warp. So let's see how this goes.
So the 2 items Tonic picked up in this cave are the Lamp of Darkness, which is an item you can use outside of combat that will make it nighttime. You'll see a couple of uses of that later on, either for getting certain time of day for story triggers or for encounter manipulation. The other item is the Sphere of Silence, which...
it's absolutely required to beat the chapter.
Yeah, so the boss of the chapter will have the Heal All ability that he can cast if you don't silence him. I don't remember, I think there's some NPC that tells you about his ability to cast or about the Sphere of Silence or something like that.
Yeah, I believe so. There's NPCs you talk to.
But yeah, it's critical for the final fight.
Yeah. Nobody likes getting heal all.
If you grinded until about level 32, then you get a spell that does about 200 damage. That would get you through it.
I'll keep that in mind. Alright, so we're trying to death warp. You can clearly see that sometimes it's not as fast as you like, but on those first 2 battles I was getting even EXP. It's not bad, but it's not ideal if the EXP kind of gets uneven from here. Theoretically you should, yeah, okay, so that was good. That was actually all pretty good. So, we death warp, we're gonna come back here, I'm gonna revive Mina.
Yeah, it's sort of interesting that when you die in this chapter, the sister that it revives isn't the one that they give you in front of the party by default, and I think sometimes the party gets reordered for you.
Yeah.
It's a little bit funny.
Yeah, I think it happens on NES too that way. It's a little weird, the order they get revived in.
Yeah. I'm getting lore checked here, but I think Maya's older.
Oh, I don't know that one.
I think so. And I think, yeah, something like that. Actually, forgot to re-equip, but let's do this. So, thankfully, we can re-equip in this menu. Not that this fight's really scary or anything, but really, we don't have any way of dealing damage yet. Maya does have Frizz, but we're going to keep her MP for sap in case we need it. We're just going to fight stuff. Again, our overall goal is to get to level 6. Some fights are quicker than others. This is pretty slow, but I'll take it, you know.
It's pretty safe.
Yeah, it is. It's very safe.
They have a lot of gold too.
Yeah, that's right. We do. And that's specifically why we want to fight some stuff along the way. Well, I mean, it is level related, but also we need to afford 2 fur coats, just 1,200 gold. We're going to sell some stuff, but yeah, exactly to Countess's point that we need to get some money from these fights too. These guys give decent gold, so we'll get there.
It's also definitely a case where if you're really trying to go as fast as possible, you can be a little bit judicious with which fights you take versus which fights you run from, and grinding later in the chapter tends to have more lucrative rewards, but also much higher risk. I assume Tonic's going to be fighting almost everything for a marathon type run.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Well, everything that's safe to fight, I should say.
Yeah, some of the stuff in the cave, or the mines that we're about to go to is pretty scary, but yeah, exactly. We'll fight most stuff. Also, if we see the rats outside, they
Yeah,
can
the
summon
rats.
allies.
Yeah.
They're pretty nasty.
And as you might expect, some enemies that we're talking about that are scary, like those rats, are also very valuable if you do manage to kill them. So
Yeah.
it's easy to get greedy.
Then they summon 3 allies, and then everybody dies. Alright, cool. So yeah, that encounter gave us a bunch of money. I'm going to grind one more fight out here, and we'll go in. Hey, the wimps are showing up.
Now, one other cool thing that was introduced in this chapter, this game, was the Metal King, or not Metal King, but the King Slime.
Yep.
This is
It's
Origin.
The first time you see him, I don't know if we'll see him here or not, we might, but it starts off with a bunch of slimes on the screen, and they call for help, and they form a King Slime.
That's right. They like summon, and then they all fuse together. It's pretty cool.
Kind of a fake out because you see the slimes and you're like, I'm
What's going on?
near the end of the chapter. Why am I finding these weak enemies? And they start calling for help, and they're also a lot more durable than normal slimes. And then you finally see it.
They're a pretty valuable fight too, especially if you manage to get a sap off on them from Maya. They do cast bounce on themselves, so you have to hit it soon. But yeah, they're actually a nice fight to get in this chapter. They're not really too scary.
Yeah. They cast Fen spell.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's about right.
Yeah.
Snub.
Snub. But yeah, that's the idea. Is that you just can't cast magic in those fights. We'll see. Maybe we'll see one. Nope. Alright, we're actually level 4, level 5. This might get us level 5 of Mina. Nope. But that's fine. We're gonna probably fight one more here, and we'll go in. And hopefully we don't have to do too much grinding in the cave. Alright, I'm gonna run. Let's do the smart thing. We'll run away. Alright, so we'll take an in here. Getting pretty low on the money, but it's fine. We had just enough to buy both of the fur coats that we needed, which are pretty valuable.
And that's pretty typical in this chapter. The money's routed to be pretty tight for what you need to get. So it shouldn't really be a problem.
Yeah. And something I want to highlight too is that a lot of Dragon Quest runners have different, just individual routes for how they handle certain sections of the game. So for instance, when Hactical plays this on PlayStation, he plays with a slightly different route in which he gets the iron armor, and it's the start of the chapter is kind of all different too. So it's just kind of highlighting that there's all these small differences that really do add up. And it really depends on the player and how they feel about it. And, I'm using a route that's kind of a little bit safer, I'd say, for Balzac, but makes the first cave a little bit more dangerous.
Yeah, the games are full of trade-offs and little time saves here and there that you kind of develop as you play over time. You know, every runner has a different experience with the game. You get really bad RNG in one case, and you think about that, and you're like, oh, I don't want that to happen again, so you plan for it.
Yeah.
And everybody kind of determines their own risk-reward threshold for grinding out good times versus risking ending your run.
Yeah. Cool. All right, so this is actually good EXP. The Lost Souls give quite a bit, but I have to be careful, especially Ujum's letting that left one be alive, and if it gets into critical, it can explode on us. Yep, there it is. So you just have to be prepared for it. So, yeah, we'll see. From here, it shouldn't be too bad. Cool. Yeah, that's good. Level 5. Should be getting to level 6 fairly soon. We're picking up the silver tarot cards here. They're decent attacking. Piece of equipment for Mina, but it's very important that we get them because we're going to sell it in Chapter 5 right away. It is nice to have for the fight. We're going to see him against Balzac that we're going to do some physical attacks usually near the end of the fight, but we're going to play it pretty safe early on. But we'll get into that when we get there. All right, so the whole point of why we're coming down here is to get the powder keg, because if you talk to NPCs, you kind of figure out that you need to infiltrate Balzac's keep. So we went into Kelion Castle before, and technically it's all owned by King Kelion, but yeah, we just have to find a way into the inner chamber. So the powder keg, we're basically just going to cause a ruckus and make our way in. All right, so I'm going to leave here. We're just going to fight stuff on the world map and get to level 6. It's relatively safe, a little bit slower, I guess. Kind of depends on what fights you get, but we're just going to kind of walk around and get to some mountains outside. I haven't used really any herbs, so we should be good there. We'll let Ujun kind of take this one away. Maybe before we get into the fight, if we have a donation or two, we can take it now.
All right, we have a $35 donation from Valdez. Says hot diggity dog. We have a $150 donation from El Jefe 99 with no comment. Thank you very much. A anonymous $50 donation that says Trespath Traveler is the only game. We also have an anonymous $37 donation with no comment. Thank you again. And we have a $50 donation from Big Font Balls that says, is anyone else excited as me to watch speedrunning, tea drinking, bass playing, wool coat wearing, hands behind back walking, hot dog loving, power thief playing, Dragon Quest IV?
That's me.
Quick question for the runner. What is your favorite hot dog?
I got nothing witty. I haven't eaten a hot dog in probably 15 years. Sorry, buddy.
Alrighty. We have a $10 donation from Sky Masamune that says, good luck to runner and thanks to all the runners who have put up a good show this marathon. We have a $50 donation from S Royal with no comment. Thank you very much. And a $30 anonymous donation that said, waited for this run all week. Crush it, Cleartonic.
Thank you.
We have a $500 donation from Tails Fox that says, well done, Team Hot Dog. You were challenged and stepped up big time. I'm happy to concede defeat for a good cause.
Incredible. All right, so we're going to use our Seed of Life on Maya. And I think, actually, I got another one that's lost in here. Yep, we're using the one here. And I should have done this before I went to the end, but yeah, 50 HP on Mina is really good. Just checking my inventory to make sure it's all good. I got Sphere of Silence, good. Okay, so we're gonna take a save here. This boss is pretty notoriously nasty. Level 6 isn't exactly great, but we do have some strategies to get through it. And yeah, so maybe we can talk just a little bit about what the Balzac fight, if you guys want to take it.
Yeah, sure. So the Balzac fight has a decent amount of hit points. I think it's 250-ish. He regenerates about 20 hit points per turn, and he's got a few main attacks that he can do. So he can do a physical attack, he can breathe a fireball on you, or he can cast the Sizz spell and when he gets really low on hit points, he also has the Heal All spell, which will heal him back to full HP. So the most important part of the fight is to make sure that the Sphere of Silence stays active on him. It will silence him for 6 turns. It will prevent him from using that Heal All spell, and it will also prevent him from using Sizz. He will also sometimes waste a turn trying to cast Sizz, even though he can't. It doesn't stop the physical attack or the Fireball, of course. The Fireball doesn't do a ton of damage, 8 to 10. Sizz will do a bit more if it hits people, and as you can see, Tonic's hit points are pretty low on both the sisters. So
The physical is the scary part.
the physical is the scary part, right? So even a weak Fireball can sometimes put, especially Maya, into risk of, if she's hit with a physical, like, it might just own her. So the physicals will do about 25 damage per hit or so. You want to see them hit onto Orin. Of course, he's got 90-something HP, and you want to get Sap up as soon as possible, so Orin's hits are going really hard, and you have options to physical attack with Mina or cast Frizz with Maya if you choose to, especially late in the fight, to sort of outdo his regen a little bit. But
Yeah, so the more damage you can get done earlier in the fight, the less turns later on you're going to have because of his regen.
that's the one turn he's able to cast Sizz before he gets silenced, and of course, he starts with it.
Yeah. I usually play this first turn a little bit safe and just get everybody up to max, or the sisters. But then from here, I'm basically counting and primarily hoping that they hit physicals on Orin or Mina. So in this case, I can preempt a Sphere of Silence, and then I'll heal up Orin. About 30 HP is kind of the threshold, so it's a little bit scary, but in this case, I will do this and hope that Maya doesn't get physical. It's good. And then now I can heal her. But again, I kind of have to keep this internal count going.
One thing that also comes up in the remake versions of these games is that buffs and debuffs actually expire after a while, so that Sap spell that Tonic cast early on will actually wear off, and then Orin will start to do less damage again. In the original versions of the game, that was permanent. It lasted the whole fight, but Tonic kind of needs to be aware of the turn count and look for messages like that where it says his defense returns to normal to try to reduce Sap. Because without it, you barely outdamage his regeneration.
Alright, getting the mix-ups. It's okay though. Yeah, as they were saying, it's a combination of fireballs and nasty physicals getting to those dangerous ranges. Like in this case, Maya can defend her, or Maya can heal herself because she's not going to take more than 34 damage. So, okay, it's going pretty well so far. Running out of herbs on Maya, but we're kind of progressing the fight. That's good. So in this case, we'll do this and we'll defend. Hopefully, yeah. All right, that's good. Usually don't have to cast Sap more than twice, and it's usually once. Good.
He's spreading out his attacks, which is pretty nice. If he doubles up on one character, it's when they really at a big risk of dying or something like that. So
Yeah.
keeping both characters alive is kind of nice for the start of Chapter 5 because they learn some spells that will end up being useful. You'll see shortly that in Chapter 5, these will be the first characters that you get back. So their spells are kind of important, but priority number one really is just winning the fight.
Yeah. All right, I'm taking a risk here. Mina might die, but we're getting close to the end. Okay, that was really close. Had to heal because I was out of herbs, but sweet. We're getting really close to the end. I was hoping the Sap was going to go off before the other characters hit on that one turn, but this is actually looking pretty good now. Should be relatively close. That is not great. Might be redoing this fight. Oh. All right. Yeah, we're gonna reset. That sucks. I was really expecting it to be like over then, because it had to have been really close. So I was trying to push it, and I couldn't let up on healing either. But we'll do it again. It's too bad.
Yeah, it's sort of the big risk of that fight is Mina is critical because she's the one with the Sphere of Silence. So if she dies or is otherwise occupied because somebody has to be healed, that's what can happen. So
Yeah, that's a shame. That felt really close to being over.
yeah, that was a really good fight.
So, yeah. I mean, on one of those turns, I could have probably prioritized it, but it is what it is. And yeah, I basically reset instantly because he used full heal, which just clearly gets him back to max HP, but all my resources are gone, so yeah, that's too bad. I could have played that a little bit smarter, though.
It's really difficult to count turns for Sphere of Silence and for Sap and keep on top of everything going on in the fight, and it'll become even more difficult later on in some of the later fights when you have more buffs and debuffs being spread amongst your party. It's just, in this one, unfortunately, it's a required mechanic of the fight, so.
Yeah. It's all good. We'll try again.
Yeah.
We got yeah, I mean, the HP on both the scissors in this is pretty good, so we should be okay. Okay.
Shoutouts to Dragon Warrior 2, where most of the in-game bosses have heal all.
Well balanced.
It's also a pretty interesting fight where, Tonic was talking about personal preference earlier in terms of how you route your equipment and your pickups in Chapter 4. This fight is another good example of it where some people can choose to be more aggressive early on. I like attacking with Mina as much as possible to try to overcome his regeneration, but it does put you at more of a risk. So it's the DQ series in general has a lot of room for kind of personal style and chances.
Yeah. And kind of the classic choice you make in determining your style for fighting or whatever is speed versus safety.
Definitely.
Yeah. And interestingly, of course, some enemies are very dangerous, and speed can be safety sometimes because
Yeah.
the longer you leave them alive, the more likelihood it is that they'll eventually do something that you just can't defend against.
Yeah. It sucks, but we're gonna have to risk it. Alright, well, hopefully he didn't get physical here, but we'll see. Okay. Great. Alright, again, we're getting kind of close. I'm going to defend again here. Yeah, well, there you go. It's 2 physicals in a row. Won't happen 3 times, right? Won't happen 3 times. Didn't even matter. Great. Okay. Yeah, we just did it, so. We're getting close-ish again. Sap should be wearing off soon. Let's keep on top of this.
Yeah, one other interesting mechanic about the speedrun that is very heavily used, as you can see here, is the defend. I know casually, usually you pretty much ignore that's there, and you attack most of the time and heal. But it's very important to the speedruns in many of the Dragon Quest games. Oh man.
Dang. All right, we are getting closer. Yeah, I'm gonna do it again, just to be like very sure in case she dies.
Yeah, it's one of those cases where even though the sphere lasts 6 turns, it's often a good idea to reuse it early when you have a good opportunity to do so. Which is what Tonic's doing now.
Yeah. Okay. And we do want to keep everybody alive for EXP because it is very helpful. The early part of Chapter 5. Okay. We're getting close. You should be getting close. I'm at a point where I'm out of herbs, so just to confirm, yeah, I'm gonna go for it, but we'll see. Oh, okay.
Very nice.
Nice.
All right. That's too bad about the first fight, but honestly, it's like that's one of the harder fights in the game because you have such limited resources, and yeah, very happy to have it over with though. Honestly, most of the boss fights from here until the very end of the game are pretty manageable. So
So you're gonna beat this guy next, right?
doing it right now. Watch and learn. King Leo. Well, we tried. It's fastest to run away here. You just want to get KO'd. So apparently under, I guess it's Marquis de Leon, or Kilion. Under his command was Balzac, but he's just kind of like at his castle. I don't really understand the relationship between the two, but they're both like hanging out there, and eventually we're gonna see Balzac later again. and Kinkilion. But right now, Balzac's sort of a subordinate. Anyways, we get knocked out, and we get put into jail, but then we find a way out. Which wasn't really too hard to find, honestly.
Break a couple barrels. And
Yeah. Just kind of waltz out.
For some reason, there's a boarding pass hanging out in a chest right outside the jail.
Yeah.
Well, the
How
old
can
man who dug the tunnel there, he says that that's his pass, but now he's too old to get out of the tunnel, so he
Yeah.
lets you have it. So
Alright, so it's been very important that I have not used the magic seeds, or the seed of magics, because seeds of magic, because I need them for cash when I get to chapter 5. So I'm just doing a story trigger here. We picked up 2 seeds, and we're going to be going to chapter 5. So honestly, chapter 1 through 4 went pretty well. It's too bad about Balzac, but everything else was honestly pretty good, so no problems. All right, great. Well, before we get into the adventure of, all right. So first, the hero and the heroine have canon names, which is Solo and Sophia. So we're playing as Sophia, the hot dog, in this run. So, yeah, we can kick it over to a donation or two. I feel like every time I do this, there's like a 50% chance it's gonna be hot dog related. So, take it away.
Ready.
Alrighty, I have a $15 donation from the Irritable Canadian that says, "First time donating. As someone who has depression and other illnesses, I figured it was about time I donated, especially to something that hits so close to home. Cleartonic, I may not know you, but you're awesome. So is everyone on the couch, and the caster is pretty grand too, and donation goes to the incentive of his choice. Man, this message really dragged on. Almost an entire quest just to end it."
Oh, thank you. All right. Yeah, so chapter 4 is done. We're going to the final chapter, chapter 5. So, effectively, this is the main chapter of the game, and this is the last chapter for the standard RTA. In this game, there is post-game content in chapter 6, but
Chapter
I-
what?
well, I don't want Countess to leave permanently from the couch, so we won't talk about it too much more. But yeah, chapter 5 is the final chapter. We're going to go around, pick up the other chapter main characters, and yeah, kind of get ready for the final stretch of the game. So the first 4 chapters are a little less than half, so this is by far the beefiest chapter. We got a lot of stuff to do.
Hot dog.
Hot dog. And if you're curious about any differences between the male and female characters, there's none. So it's purely preference. Which some people may be like, oh, might be interesting to have routing choices around it. But I think it's kind of nice too, is that you can purely pick which one you want to play as, which is cool. Yeah, well, one caveat is that female characters do get some special equipment, but it's not integral to this run.
In other Dragon Quest runs, that is actually very important for certain characters to be female for those pieces of equipment.
Yeah.
But DQ4 is pretty nice about it, and the hero has, the female hero has the best hair, so it's really the only choice.
I always choose the male character. I think he's the OG king, but teach their own. Her hair is pretty good. Alright, so the hero had been living in this village, basically an unknown village, because everybody else knew that this hero, who we're going to learn more about their past, was special and needed to be protected and raised so that they can eventually ward off evil. So, effectively over time, the monsters figured out where this village is, and Sorrow ordered an attack to take out the hero based on some prophecy. So, here we are, we're hiding, and hopefully the rest of the village is protecting us, but it's not going so well. Then our friend Eliza here, who we saw from the beginning of the game has the ability to transform, is going to transform into us and pretend like she is us, and then willingly sacrifices herself. And the monsters think that they defeated the hero. It's pretty sad. The hot dog was eliminated. Not this time. The hot dog rises again.
Also important during that segment for this run is that the guy who brings you to the hidden room gives you an item called the Big Book of Beasts, which is used to sort of track monster information and stuff like that throughout the run. But Tonic will have a different use for it in the speedrun.
Pick up a life seed here. There is a leather armor in there that you could get for some spare cash, but we won't need it with this route. You'll see this a lot in this chapter. We're gonna go into an area and then immediately leave, and we're gonna be doing that for setting up warp points so that later on when we want to get around. All right, 1 in 32 chance. All right,
No.
not today. All right, so there's a 1 in 32 chance, according to these guys, that you can get 100 gold coins for the casino, but not today.
I got those coins on my first NES run, my first Famicom run, and my second PS1 run.
Good.
I've never seen them.
Beginner's luck.
Yeah. All right, so we come to Endor immediately. We went through the tunnel that Taloon financed, and we're gonna see the sisters because we just finished chapter 4, and it happened to be that they wound up right here. So we're gonna be collecting the chapter main characters in reverse order. So it's gonna go the sisters, Torneko, the chapter 2 party, and then Ragnar. So we're gonna be getting the sisters right away, and we're gonna do some setting up of our bag. We're not gonna be sorting our bag. We're gonna be sorting stuff to our bag, but we're not gonna be rearranging until the very final stretch. So it's very important that the Big Book of Beasts is at the top of the inventory there. Here we're gonna come down here and just walk in a certain way to reduce the amount of time it takes for the characters to line up. We're gonna jam out to the casino music. This is Hot Dog. I'll only do what Hot Dog tells me.
It's words to live by.
Similar to Tonic's movement optimization there, you've seen a few points during the run where he's intentionally manipulated the camera before hitting certain triggers, and that's because certain things in the game also automatically rotate your camera around, and it's faster to do it manually. You'll see it a couple times later on also, but it's similar to the movement thing where characters have to be in a certain position, so you can kind of manually set that up faster than the game does it.
Yep. All right, coming here. Basically, the routing is that we're going to clear out the hero's inventory. We are going to sell the fur coat, and it should be in the bag now, which is the tarot cards. We're going to sell the 2 season magic that we brought from Chapter 4. Everything from Chapter 4, including the bag, came with us, which is really nice. And then we're going to sell off the feather cap. Let's see, there it is. Gets us the 1989 gold, which is perfect. And then we're going to start to stock up on some stuff so that we have defensive equipment. So shops here are the same as they were in Chapter 3. Buy an iron shield. We're going to take one of the fur coats that we had from earlier and give it to the hero. We need to get the hero in fighting shape to be alone, which is going to be coming up soon. Come over here, buy an iron lance, and then we're going to go buy a hardwood headwear and a bunch of other medicinal herbs and a few holy waters, which we're going to need in battle.
One other thing that's interesting is, Tonic mentioned that we pick up the characters in reverse order. The game also really sets up the chapters that way, where the levels sort of work out the same way. So the sisters are at a lower level than the Chapter 2 party. At the end of Chapter 1, Ragnar gets a huge boost of experience since you get him last. The game tries to kind of equalize what level characters are going to be at certain points in the game, so you don't have to kind of catch up as much manually or work with as unbalanced of a party.
Definitely. Okay, so we're going to use the nightlight here, which causes it to become nighttime. We can turn day into night, but not night into day. And we're going to use that to set up some careful day-night cycle for some story-related stuff and for a manipulation that'll be coming up soon. All right, so here we go. We got the Big Book of Beasts. We're going to open on the overworld, right? Just take a quick look. Actually, you didn't see anything. The reason I'm doing this is that it actually skips encounters, and it resets that threshold back to the value so that you actually don't need to fight stuff. You could only do this on the world map, but it's pretty helpful. I am intentionally not going to do it now because I want to get into a fight, maybe 2. I only got to level 7 in that last fight with Balzac, so it means that we won't have Whoosh yet on Mina, but we're probably going to be getting it soon. I want to get to level 3 with a hero. That was actually like a very not optimal fight to get. You can get to level 3 off of one fight. This is better. But we'll let the two sisters kind of take it from here. It's primarily just Maya's going to be casting spells.
This is a good example earlier of what Ash was talking about with party AI. So in the NES version, you only had control of the hero, and then you could just sort of affect the tactics of your party members. In this version of the game, you can manually control your party members, but in these early fights, Tonic is actually choosing to use the tactics because they fight pretty intelligently, and it's faster than manually menuing their spells every time. So
Yeah, you can see on the second screen there, they're both set to show no mercy, so they'll use all the offensive power they have.
Cool. I think this is good at the level 3. It should be enough if we got 14 from before, I think, or something around there. Cool. So level 3 is just what we want. We're about to do 2 solo battles. We need to be prepared for them. So let's put another herb into the hero's inventory from this. Just want to have some stuff ready. Cool. Alright, so we're in what's called the Trust Cave. Actually, I want to do this before I forget, which is Seed of Life. 4 points, a little low, but it's no problem. Also Siege Strength. 2 of these. 2. 2. Perfectly average, so that's good. Actually, I had herbs in my inventory. Okay, cool. So the Trust Cave, if you were trying to progress this chapter, you would try to go to the desert, and you'd have this disgruntled man there. And you would start to learn through, I think, some other NPCs that there's this Trust Cave over here. You're supposed to dive in and kind of see what it's all about. So you get separated from these two sisters, and it's kind of like a trial to see whether or not you actually trust each other as party members. So maybe you want to talk about this fight in the next one?
Sure, so this first fight is these 2 frolickers here. They mostly do physical attacks, but they can also cast this Dazzle spell.
Nice.
They have enough MP to cast it once each. The first one failed. What that does is it really lowers your accuracy. I don't know the exact amount. I think you have about a 1/3 chance to hit after being hit by Dazzle, but I don't know the exact number. If you do get dazzled, we can actually use holy water as an item to do damage to them, because that's not affected by dazzle, but you also don't get to really choose the target, so it's better to physically attack, because the way the AI works is that it will choose to try to attack the enemy that's already been damaged with a physical attack to focus one down first, whereas the holy water is not as guaranteed to do that. The second fight here is going to have, I don't know the names of them, but it's going to be 2 gremlins and 2 bats. The gremlins are pretty powerful. They can build up strength and hit really hard. They can also cough up fireballs, which is really weak. You want to focus them down first, and then the 2 bats are pretty much just harmless. Trixies, I guess they're called. The Trixies will die in 2 to 3 hits, depending on damage rolls, and you usually outspeed them, but they do quite a bit of damage.
Just make sure we're not using holy waters. And yeah, that previous fight was actually really fast because the right one casted Dazzle and it missed, and then the left one didn't get a chance to cast it, so we were all good from there. Really want to get one down here. It's not too bad. They can muster strength, but it's really not doing all that much for them. So I might get hit for a bunch of damage. It'll be fine. We can just push on from here. I will heal after this, just to be safe. Ordinarily, you can kind of just push through. All right, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Here we go. We're going for a poof. Going for a poof. Let's see how it goes. Well,
We
got
got
one.
one.
that's
It's worth
pretty
it.
good.
So these bats take 2 hits to kill. If you expel them, they've got about a 25% chance each of being hit by it, and you can save a turn or 2 if you hit them.
So now we're seeing the actual reason why the devs of this game smartly separated the hero from the rest of the party and gave him these fights to catch up in XP. So now the hero is pretty close to the sisters as far as XP goes and levels.
Yep.
Well, really, if you were playing casually and didn't like sell a bunch of stuff that the sisters brought with them, then you'd have to grind a bunch
a
of
bit,
levels anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
You'd probably be level 7 or 8 doing this.
Yeah. And the Trixies are the ones that give like all the XP in that fight. 450 each for the Trixies, and then the bats are 11 each.
Let me ask you a question that only Hot Dog has the answer to.
Do we have a moment for some donations here?
Let's do it.
Alrighty, I have a $50 donation from PM920 that says, "Hey Tonic, best of luck on your run on the best version of DQ4. I hope you have the Chapter 4 you deserve. Also, hi to all my DQ friends on the couch. Please enjoy all the puns and accents. And Cowie, can Box do a shuffle? He doesn't have the thwack for it. Money can go to Tonic's choice."
Thank you. Purple Mario is another runner of this game, really the only other English runner. Definitely a great influence and really cool guy, so thanks.
Mario?
Yeah, hey Mario.
I don't think he told that joke right.
Why don't you retell it for us, Countess?
No.
Pass.
I don't want to mess it up too.
Keep going.
Alright, we have a $20 donation from Big Mac that says, "Hello Tonic, hope you enjoyed the Fact Hotline. Good luck on the run. I'm glad you're able to show off the power of the Torneko."
Thank you.
We have a $25 donation from Ivan that says, "Hello to my friend Cleartonic. Thanks for you consistent support for those of us in Hot Dog Nation. Good luck and hope the run goes well. Donation towards Runner's Choice."
I'm starting to put together how this all happened. Thank you, Ivan.
Alright, and I have a $10 donation from some Diener. "Hey Tonic, here's a tip for your TCG career. Doug Trio is top tier."
Hell yeah.
We have a $5 donation from Strauss that says, "I love this game. Mainly played the NES version, but I'm still excited about this run." And a $50 donation from Arrowbolt. "I hope this donation can help fellow humans in need, even if it's just a little bit." We have a $10 donation from Demon RHK. "Cheddar dogs are best dogs. 10 for Tressa Strat. Thank you."
Great. All right. Okay, so we got the symbol of trust, and we were able to give it to this guy who is not named Horatio in any version. I just messed up the translation one day and stuck with it. But he is Hank Hoffman Jr., just Hoffman. So Hoffman is going to allow us to use his wagon to cross the desert now that we earned his trust. Before we do that, we're actually going to manipulate a metal slime. So very similar to what you saw in Chapter 2, we're going to set up our party. First, we're going to set our tactics to manual. Then we're going to do our lineup to have it look like this. We're going to make it nighttime specifically, which is helpful for the, it's required for this manipulation. And then we're going to turn off the console and hope for metal. This metal slime is not necessarily required because you technically have what you need to beat the next boss, but the next boss is, and all the bosses from here are not manipulated, so we need to have pretty much everything in our arsenal, and we're going to need to get levels anyways, so it's not like we're wasting time or anything.
Yeah, this next boss can be a little bit volatile, and a death to him costs a decent amount of time, it costs some money, and you don't have great resources to recover from it, so the metal slime really does help a lot with your probability of getting through there.
For sure. All right, so with this one, we're going to heal twice, and then we're going to get into a fight, and then try to adjust from there. We're only getting one metal here. That's all we need. Okay, so we're going to heal 1, 2. We're going to see what fight we get. Try to track it. We've got 2 Winkies. Okay, so from here, with 2 Winkies, we are potentially going to get into a fight with either a metal or 4 Yetis. Sweaty Yetis.
Sweaty Yetis.
Yes, they're here, which is fine. It just means that we're going to come over and we're going to talk twice. Talking to yourself for some manipulations. And we're here. Hello, metal. And everyone's on manual, so we can just do this. And Maya attacks and Hoffman gets the power, and that's a crit. That's it. Okay, cool. So we're only going to reset the console. Well, there's going to be a few more resets, but we only have 1 set of manipulations from here for a few more liquid metal slimes later on in the chapter, so we're kind of wrapping up the manipulation stuff. But as you can imagine, getting a metal slime very, very much helps out the run. Cool. That's it. So we're going to head down to Porthrunnel, or Canenver, the port town, and get ready for the next boss fight. And you can just see with the Book of Big Beasts, or the Big Book of Beasts, how much it really helps just speed up. Because ordinarily we'd just be running from these fights.
And this works in all 3 DS games
Mm-hmm.
to avoid encounters on the world map.
When is the big book of hot dogs?
How many types of hot dogs are there out there?
I'm sure someone can chime in with the answer.
Yeah, sure. Donate now. Hot dog facts.
Speaking of facts, I have one donation here. We have a $10 donation from Captain Impossible. Abacus fact number 7. One who uses an abacus is called an abacist.
Interesting. Torneko the abacist.
What about somebody who uses more than one abacus?
Or multiple people that use abacuses.
Would that be abacais?
Alright, so Torneko is here, and he basically needs to figure out why there's some evil energy at the top of this lighthouse, which is, what he needs to actually use his ship. I just did the K-Por, Gabor, you say yes. Here we are. Supposed to press B. Alright.
Yeah, so the part of this plot of the story is there's this dark light in the lighthouse that's preventing any ships from navigating. And Taloon has a ship now, but he can't get anywhere because of this dark light in the lighthouse.
Yeah, so we're going to go help him out. We're going to take one fight here, and then we're going to save and quit on the second one. Luckily, these guys are pretty susceptible to expel or poof, so we're going to use that and hope for the best. Usually takes out 2 or 3 of them. Very nice. Cool. These fights in here are actually a little scary. Those guys cast Kasap, and then if there's a bunch of them, they can really start to wreck you. So we'll take a save here. The reason specifically why we do it here is that we'll skip an encounter here, but then we'll also have a safety save in case the boss goes not so well. And when I reset the console like this, there's no manipulation happening. This is just literally the way that it works. If you're not familiar with the whole quick save, it asks you to quick save and then it asks you to turn off your game after you do a quick save. So you don't have a potential of just kind of re-rolling to the title screen or something like that, which is kind of odd. We were talking about this the other day, but it's a very odd system to require, or to still ask the player, even in these modern remakes, to, do you want to turn off your game? It's a little unnecessary, but
It's also interesting that the quick save in this game persists through loading it, whereas in some DQ games, when you load the quick save, it wipes it out.
yeah. Yeah, Dragon Quest IX is like that,
Yeah.
but thankfully in this game, we can just reload, which is super nice.
So this fight here coming up is the Lighthouse Bengal. It's the boss of the lighthouse. He comes with 2 flamer enemies. I don't know the exact name for them in this translation, but the general deal is that the flames can attack, they can breathe a fireball on you, or they can cast Sizz. The Bengal can either attack or shout at you, which causes you to have a chance at losing a turn, or even heal when he gets low. But the general strategy is going to be to try to expel the fire guys, put the Bengal to sleep. You can also put the fire guys to sleep, and yeah, I hope stuff works out. If you get a lot of Sizz, then the fight can get really scary. Otherwise, it's usually not too bad.
Yeah, we're really hoping for Snooze to wear off, or to land. That's a lot of Frozen. It's too bad. Okay. There's safety heal here and try to make sure that you don't take too much damage. 2 physicals there is good. Hoffman's getting kind of low though. Have to be careful. Alright, that's good. Let's keep going. I'm gonna do this as well. I'm actually gonna double heal. Okay. 2 of them are asleep right now. Good. Very nice. Even with 1 down, it really helps. Cool. Still napping. I'm going to heal you, and we can actually start to do some damage to you. I love this theme, by the way. It's so good. Okay. Let's do some attacks. This. Oh, sorry. What am I doing? Not yet. I'm gonna preemptively snooze here and keep attacking. Good. Cool. We're getting there. This guy is getting kind of low on health too, but we're getting there.
Yeah, it can sometimes be a viable strategy to just start attacking the fire guy, also the flamethrower.
I think that we're actually going to be able to take out this guy pretty soon, the middle guy, so we can start to gun him down. He's been sleeping, so I don't think he's going to be able to heal himself in time. Alright, he's probably going to heal himself now if we don't put him to sleep. Whoops. But let's see what we can do. Alright, he should be done soon. It might be right here. Nice.
His heal spell's also a pretty weak heal, so even if he uses it, it just slows the fight down a little bit. It doesn't like a full heal or anything like that.
Yeah. A lot of DQ bosses are kind of balanced around. Sometimes, like later in the fight, if you have multiple enemies, you get down to one. Sometimes their AI changes. In that fight, it's just straight up. It's most difficult at first, and then it gets easier and easier. All right, so we're throwing the Holy Embers in, and we're gonna basically solve the problem of the lighthouse, and we're gonna be able to hang out with Torneko now. He's gonna allow us to use his ship, and he's just gonna formally join the party.
Along with all of his goods that we brought with us.
Oh yeah. Cool. Yeah, that was definitely a solid fight. Okay. So yeah, from here we're gonna continue on. We've got the chapter 4, chapter 3 party members. We're gonna get 2 next, and we're gonna put off getting Ragnar for a little bit. But from here we're gonna start to really prioritize our main party for the rest of the game, and Torneko, who's always gonna be alive. The reason Torneko is always gonna be alive, even though we're not using him in the main party, is that he gets access to a very important skill called Tiptoe, or Pad Foot in this version, Shinobi Feet. Basically what it means is that the encounter rate is drastically reduced and allows us to just walk further without getting into fights. So keeping him alive is very important. The reason I'm talking about keeping characters alive is that EXP is split EXP is split evenly among all characters, so it doesn't matter if you have everybody alive or not. But there's a few characters that we don't want to have getting EXP simply because it wastes time, and there's no need for them because we're not going to bring them to the final fight, or really any of the boss fights. So quickly, we're going to grind out one fight here. I want to get that spell, Padfoot. Unfortunately, it's going to look like it's going to be 2 fights, but yeah, it's fine.
Well, you've got a chance. Torneko has a chance to learn it at level 3. Otherwise, it's guaranteed at level 4.
Yeah. I messed up here. We can use that.
Which is also kind of a common theme of Dragon Quest games is spell learning. Throughout all the Dragon Quest games, there are certain spells that you're guaranteed to learn at certain levels as a character. There are some spells where you've got a minimum level required, and then it's a chance to learn it, and you're guaranteed later. Or in some games, you may never learn certain spells. But Padfoot is one that you should always have at level 4.
Yeah. I'm not sure I'm going to get to level 4 over this, but we'll find out. Alright, cool. Alright, yeah, so we'll get it here. I think you probably can make an argument that I could have taken a fight later on, but we'll just get it now. Alright, so we made it to Mintos. It's very strange because like some of the town names are exactly the same in multiple versions, and then some of them aren't. So Mintos is the same, so this is actually Mintos. And we're going to be parting ways with Hoffman, but he's going to allow us to keep using the wagon and Mary Lou, who is the horse apparently. And then from here, we're going to stop by Riverton real quick to set up a war point for later. Then we're gonna go to Soretta. Right, we can start using Padfoot now. One thing about encounter rates is that on the ocean, the encounter rate is very, very low. So it's generally much better to be moving around the world map on the ocean if you can.
Yeah, and so Padfoot is about a 50% reduction in depletion, which translates to way more than a 50% reduction in encounters because of these encounter cancels. It lets you get an entire distance with 0 encounters and then reset yourself, rather than getting 1 or 2 encounters along the way. So it's very, very useful, and it's used in many Dragon Quest RTAs.
Definitely. Alright, so encounter cancel once there with the book. We're going to come here. Actually, I'll do this afterwards. So I'm going to warp here. And the reason that we come here and warp to the same place immediately is that it sets the ship on the right side of the world map. And then now I can come down here. Refresh this. I'm not going to refresh it again right before I go down into the... Actually, I probably did need to do that one. But I'll refresh it right before I go into the cave because I'm not going to be bringing Torneko with me into the cave. Every now and then, it depends on the fights, but for some fights you can refresh with party members that are not in your active party, and sometimes you can't. This is a cave where you can't, so I want to cast Padfoot outside so that when I'm going down deeper into the dungeon, it lasts as long as possible.
This is a really cool cutscene they added to the remakes of the game, where Alena breaks down the door, and then the guy says...
Pretty good. That's our Alena.
The general tell for what Tonic was talking about is the caves that have like the double tile wide entrances are usually the ones where you get the full wagon available to you, but there's a little bit of funkiness with when spells can be available but the wagon isn't, or everything is available.
So I'm going to pick this robe up. It's actually pretty decent equipment for Alena, but we can sell it for money if we need to. Hello, Powie
Hey,
Yowie.
Yowie, Yowie.
We found him.
There's only one left to find.
Yep.
Cool. So some routes use this instead of bringing abacuses over from Chapter 5, which is pretty smart because this is worth a decent amount of money, but it's also decent equipment too. So unless I need to, and I have a pretty nice buffer with the amount of abacuses that I have. I shouldn't need to sell this, but I can. All right, so we came down here for the Feverfew seed, or the Pradequia root, or Pradequia seed, and we're gonna get out of here. It would have been okay if we took some damage on with some of the sisters, but because it's nighttime, we're gonna make it daytime or stay overnight, and eventually we're going to be having the sisters get KO'd. So we're not gonna be using them for the rest of the run. There's some alternate routes that use Maya for the first two bosses from here, which is Balzac and Kelion. And whoops, what am I doing? But we're not going to be using her. Primarily, this is all kind of a result of the manipulation setup, is that we'll just use Bray instead of Maya. All right, so we're going to cash this in. I just picked up a Seed of Magic, which is a nice to have. I can also sell that for some cash if I need to, but I probably will try to use it. Then I'm going to go get the Chapter 2 party, and we're going to kind of sail around the world and set some more points up. So, yeah, if you got a donation or two, you can take it.
Alrighty, I have a donation from Lavitz95186 or $20 that says, "Shoutouts to the true hero, our boy Horatio."
Yes.
We have a $20 donation from Gandalf that said, "Had to donate during Tonic's run. Shoutouts to Sumdiener if he's in the room. Saw you last year commentating on the DQ3 race between Pop and Sumdiener, and then binged your runs later. Loving DQ4, keep it up, and donation goes to Runner's Choice."
Thank you.
I have a $10 donation from Captain Impossible that says, "Excerpt from the BBOB, Big Book of Bratwurst. Chorizo, Coney Island, Pride, Footlong, Frankfurter, Hot Dog, Hot Link, Kielbasa, Knockwurst, New York, Tube, Steak, Pig in a Blanket, Sausage, Weenie, Wiener, Wurst." That was hard to say.
Wow. Who would do this to me?
His name is Captain Impossible. I have a anonymous $10 donation. Dragon Quest is rad. Tonic is double rad. Mental illness, though, that's unrad. We have a $10 donation from Kriegspire that says, "Hey, I know this game. This is the one where you fight like a big red jelly at the bottom of Cave 99, right?"
Not so much.
So I find it interesting that the text there says Alena and Christo join the party, but it doesn't mention Bray. Because if you stop into this inn before doing the Podekia stuff, I think they actually send Bray with you to help recover the... Christo's kind of sick in bed, and that's sort of why you're doing that side quest. And
Not a Dragon Quest II reference.
Yeah.
I was confused. I thought this whole segment was actually referring to Dragon Quest II, but it's not. It's referring to, well, if anything,
Itself.
DQ2. Yes, referring to itself.
yeah, and then the Dragon Quest II remakes refer to Dragon Quest IV as a reference.
Yeah, that's funny.
There's a side quest in the DQ2 SFC run where the prince gets sick in bed and you have to go find a world tree leaf to revive him. Or not.
You gonna do a challenge one?
All right, yeah. So we're going around the world map. We're setting up some warp points. You might think that you should probably just sail to places when you need to go there, but it definitely is optimal to seek out warp points, primarily because of that encounter rate system. And you'll see that we'll be kind of like warping around forever. I used the nightlight when I was outside of Haville or Havre-Leon because I wanted to make it daytime by the time I get to here, so that it's perfect that I get this stone. This is going to allow us to get into the waterfall cave, and which is very, very important. So we'll be doing that, and then we're going to keep going. We're going to go up to Alena's hometown. Up here.
So yeah, the combination of the encounter canceling as well as the day-night cycles that are needed for certain plot triggers, as well as just general collectibles in certain towns that are scattered throughout the world, are all sort of the reason that in many DQ RTAs, as soon as you get access to the boat, step number one is go sail out to a bunch of places, because you'll be going back there later and there's useful things in all of them.
It's actually a really fun part of the run. I don't know. I always enjoy it when you get to the ship. You get to get a whole bunch of things done. You get a bunch of war points, collect some stuff, get the run moving.
Yeah, definitely. And that's like a good point, is that we should talk about what we're doing next, is that we're going around and setting up some story triggers, but really we're collecting some resources so that when we get to the next two bosses, which is coming pretty soon, we'll be, we'll have a lot of money and we'll have all of the gear that we need. So that's what we're doing now. We're about to, we're almost getting ready for 4 metal slimes. Or liquid metal slimes that we're going to have to grind, and that's going to be the last of our manipulations, but this one is pretty much, it's one of the most important ones, because we need to get quite a few levels with our pretty under-level party right now.
Yeah, the one party member we're missing is Ragnar, and to get him, we have to defeat King Leon, so we definitely need those levels to do that.
And thankfully in this version of the speedrun, Ragnar is not useful at all. We don't never use him. In the NES version, he's actually vital to the speedrun, but him missing out on the levels from the liquid metal slime is not at all important, and in fact beneficial, because you don't have to deal with the level up text, as Tonic was saying earlier.
Yep. And to that end, when we come into here, we're actually going to set me and Maya to the beginning of the party, and we're going to have them get KO'd.
Yeah, there's one thing that's common to all the versions of the game is we kill off the sisters here. Or actually, you don't do that in PSX, right? You save one sister.
Mara, we use for the Kiliana Balzac fights.
We
Maya.
heal buffalo wings. So I'm intentionally attacking just because I don't want to have them be defending and take less damage. So when all your characters in your active party are wiped out, anybody in your wagon is just going to pop out, and they're going to pop out as many as are alive. So it's not really a problem, but we have to be kind of careful, is that we may be defending on some turns, so that we're trying to get it to be like quote unquote perfectly aligned, so that by the end we don't take too many spillover attacks. In this case, like, somebody's going to get attacked because it's still their turn, but it's fine. What I'll do is put the hero in only, who's got the highest defense right now, and it's just better to have one person soak the damage, because then you can spend less time healing. You can, if I had everybody out in the party there, and then they spread damage, if I wanted to heal, I'd have to heal 4 individual people. But if I only have one person, I know that they're not gonna get KO'd, then I can have that one person out and then just heal them. So it's a common strategy we'll use whenever we have the wagon out.
Very important part of this run. Also, a lot of enemies have area of effect damage, so you're getting a lot more damage text when multiple characters are out, as well as the multiple healing. And you can have, as Tonic said, your strongest character absorb the hits. It all sort of compounds.
Definitely. So the reason that we're in this cave is that we're getting the magic key. This is a fairly obtuse thing to try to figure out, but yeah, you'd have to talk to some NPCs, I think. I don't even know for sure. that I'm pretty sure they do. That there's something
There's
deeper
a lab
down here.
in the basement of the cave, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was the sister's dad's lab, right?
Yep.
Cool. So we've got the magic key, which is pretty important for progression. It's not entirely critical, but actually, I'm trying to think now. Where do you actually need the magic
You need
key?
to get to
Zenithian.
Leon.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Is it needed in the Zenithian armor cave too?
Yeah.
Yeah,
think.
that's right.
Yes, the entrance.
Yep. So we need it for progression, but we also get a few chests out of it, and we'll eventually be getting the ultimate key. But for now, magic key will do. Come down here. We're going to talk to. His name is Tomfoolery, Pan in the old versions. He is a jester of sorts. He's actually not that bad of an ally. He's kind of decent to have around in a kind of a casual playthrough, but we're going to use him very limited. We're going to not use him that often. So, but we do need him because he's integral to story triggers. I'm going to do a technique here to get to the beginning of town rather than walking out. If you cause it to become nighttime, you can just waltz on out. I'm going to rearrange my party so that he's in the front, sort my bag, or sort my items on the hero. And then we are going to head out to Endor, which conveniently, because we just made it nighttime, it's just some nice routing. Now that it's nighttime, we are going to raid the vault with the magic key that we just got. And we can only do so at night.
And by the vault, he means the king's bedroom.
Yes. So we're going to sneak by this guy. He's not very diligent. And then apparently upstairs, this guy just doesn't care. And yeah, the king is just kind of waltzing around his own room where he hangs on to pink leotard and some tights. Who knows? All right. And we're going to sell those for some money. The pink leotard, we're going to keep the tights and use them for Alena. Then we're going to come over downstairs here and pick up the double-edged sword. So the double-edged sword is a cursed weapon. It causes you to deal 1/4 recoil damage, but it's a pretty powerful weapon. And one other thing we're doing here is effectively, if you ever played a Dragon Quest IX, if you remember back in like 10 years ago or so, people talking about Hoimi tables and tracking their positional values, that's effectively exactly what we're doing here. So what I'm doing intentionally is damaging myself so that I can track how much I heal for. Let me just confirm. HP is... yeah, it's enough. What I need to do is heal and track how much I healed for. So it's important that I take enough damage that it's basically I have more than 40 to heal. So, okay, cool. From here, we are going to Porthornal, and we're gonna basically take some of the money that we've accumulated from the pink leotard. We're gonna sell off the iron claw, and we're gonna get enough money to buy a few things. we're going to Rosaville, which is not required in the game, but most people come here in their first playthrough because it helps you figure out what's like actually happening in the run. Actually, rarely get a fight here, and these are pretty dangerous. And great, scared of the hot dog.
They're stunned by the hot dog.
Yes. Okay, so we'll sell off the leotard. I'm gonna sell off her iron claw, and then we can sell off the abacuses. Probably 2 of them. Let's see. Actually, let's see. 7,800. I think I'm gonna opt to sell off some other stuff. I want to keep abacuses on me if I can, and oh, actually, I have 2 of these. So, and I need to afford 7,500 plus a variable amount. So let's see. Yeah. Okay. So I can afford 3 musks, which is great. Just what I need. Put this in the bag. We'll talk about musks in a little bit. And then we're going to pick up the Falcon Knife earrings. So Falcon Knife earrings only have 5 attack power, and they're going to go on Alena, but they allow her to attack twice. So maybe Hexacle, you talk about Alena's critical hit chance.
Yeah, so in the Dragon Quest series in general, there's a bunch of standard like classes that characters can be, and Alena is basically the fighter character of this game. And the way fighters typically work is that they've got a very high critical hit chance that scales with their level. I don't know exact critical rates. Countess or Evil Ash might be able to chime in with like at least the NES versions, but basically the higher level Alena is, the more likely she is to critical hit. And with the Falcon Knife earrings, both her first and second attack can also critical hit, unless she's affected by the buy kill spell, which we'll talk about a little bit, or oomph, which we'll talk about a little bit later.
NES, her crit chance is her level divided by 256.
Okay.
Yeah, so once she gets up to like level 26, she has a 10% every attack.
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, so we are here. We're about to set up for our liquid metal slime grind, so we're going to be here for a little bit. But before we do that, we're going to set up some inventory changes. Let's see, I'm actually going to sort to the bag right now.
Also worth noting that Alena attacking twice and having 2 chances to crit is extremely useful against liquid metal slimes. We'll be grinding some more of them later on without manipulations, and 2 hits means 2 chances of doing 1 damage per, and double the chance of crit, which will instantly kill one. Really does often add up. Tonic's PB, Alena goes nuts.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, I think we're almost there. Let's see.
One other thing that's pretty common to Dragon Quest speedrunning is equipping a cursed weapon. It seems to happen in more and more games.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so the way curses tend to work in Dragon Quest is that certain items will be cursed and unremovable, and often have some sort of negative effect to them. So in the case of the multi-edged sword, you take recoil damage. In the case of the Demon Hammer or Halus Hammer, which I think we'll see later, you have a high crit chance but also a high miss chance. And so there's usually trade-offs, and again, you're not able to remove them unless you either have a spell to do so. I don't know if one even exists in this game. In some of the later DQs it does, or you can go to a church and pay a fee to have the cursed item removed.
Yeah. All right. So we're setting up a series of manipulations here. I'm going to be using heals to track how much I need to heal for. So I have to do some kind of like internal math right now. First I heal, so I see how much I heal for. So I go from 37 to this, which is 35. And then I'm going to burn 2 heals. I'll explain this in a second while we're leveling up. And then I'm going to track the 4th one. So this is why I had both of these characters around 39 to 73, so it's 34. So now I'm going to heal 4 more times. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I'm going to use the double-edged sword and hope for the best. We'll see what we get here. And if not, we'll try again. It's not a problem, just reload. But we're going to grind in this one specific spot, which we can talk about in a second. Let's see what we get. We got a metal slime, which is good. Got tactics off. This. Let's see how this goes. That's it. All right,
Boom.
cool. All right, so we're going to do this 4 times. So we're going to be here for a little bit, but this is the last time that we need to do any sort of manipulation around this stuff. So, okay, so this series of manipulations does require us to track heal values. The way it works with HP is that characters are gaining enough HP upon level up that I can consistently keep this going throughout this part of the grind, which is pretty convenient and very nice. When I'm talking about burning heal values and what I'm tracking is that I've narrowed it down to 8 different possibilities that can show up, and what I need to do is track in-game heal values to a certain set of RNG, I guess, like starting seeds. So it's a little tricky, but basically I have to monitor the first one, and then I have to monitor the 4th one to confirm actually what value I'm on. It's I was saying this before, it's like a rather complicated method, but basically we can use it in short bursts just like this.
Yeah, there's some repeating patterns in the RNG, which is why Tonic kind of skips around on some values, and you can't keep healing for useful values without overhealing.
Yeah, for sure. And it's like getting this sweet spot balance of figuring out what seed you're actually starting on. That took a lot of time to figure out, but once we did, it made this part of the game pretty consistent, so that's good. A lot of level ups. Hope you like the level up jingle.
Yeah, this first level up here after the first one takes about 4 minutes. So
Yeah. They'll get progressively faster, but yeah, so we're just gonna kind of post up and maybe we'll talk about some other topics, but in the meantime, if you have a donation or two, it's probably a great time to start talking about them.
Alrighty, we have a $10 donation from Flying Gambino that says, DQ8 was a classic from my childhood, and I'm currently playing through DQ11. Decided to start playing through all the other DQs, and I'm really excited to see a speedrun of a series that I expect to be one of my favorites. $10 to Runner's Choice.
Thanks.
We have a $5 donation from Edward Malice that says, enjoying this cozy Dragon Quest run. We have a $100 donation from Tiggs. Great cause, folks. As someone who struggles with depression, it's great to know that there are people out there working to raise awareness, educate, and advocate for me and others dealing with mental illness. Thank you. We have a $10 donation from Dark Ezekiel. Dragon Quest is my favorite RPG series. Enjoying Tonic's run and happy to donate to a great cause. Keep it up. We have a anonymous $25 donation. Well, it's not so anonymous, actually. Lafkian here. Shoutouts to the DQ boys still up this late. Best of luck to Tonic and Runner's Choice.
Thanks.
Lefkin.
Lefkin.
All right, we have a $30 donation from K Fizzle. I have DW4 for the NES, and it was literally the first game I beat this year, finishing it on January 1st. I have loved Dragon Warrior Monster since I was a kid, but didn't really get into the series proper until a couple years ago. Glad to see you guys are running this game. Quick poll, which was better character designs? Dragon Quest or Dragon Ball?
What am I to say? Boom. Kapow. Alright, 2 down, we're getting through it. This is probably one of the things I was most quote-unquote nervous about. As people may have watched me streaming some attempts at this, is that manipulations were rocky for a while because it was very tough to figure out what would work in a live attempt. But I think over the last few months we've really ironed it out, so it's been fairly consistent, which is good.
Tonic put in a lot of work to trying to chain these metal babbles together, but there's so many influences earlier in the game with XP thresholds from the earlier chapter characters and random stats on level up that really made it difficult to do consistently.
Yeah, right. What Hactical is referring to is the chaining that you saw in Chapter 2 earlier in this run, where we fought one metal and then just kept going. The thing is, once you start having 4 party members and then also like Torneko in the back, all those stats kind of change the way some of the randomness works. So it gets really like unwieldy to try to fully manipulate it together. Because again, it's not like we're manipulating the same seed every time. It's that we're trying to manipulate, and we have to figure out what seed we're on. So it's not like everything's within my control. So
Yeah, and just to point out just how efficient this section is,
oh yeah,
I'd say like in an average PlayStation run on grinding to similar levels, I probably spend 30 to 40 minutes grinding on an average run to get up to the levels for Kilian and Balzac, and Tonic's halfway there already.
yeah, it's pretty ridiculous what the regular runners put up with. It's too bad. But it's just the way DQ goes. Okay. Trying to be careful here, but I think that's right. You want to talk about like this spot for liquid metal slimes?
Sure, so the way the overworld is kind of divided is it's divided into a big grid, and every section of the grid has its own set of encounters that you can run into. This area here is actually the corner of a grid from Gardenburg, which is a town that we'll be going to later, and liquid metal slimes can appear rarely, about a 10% chance in the Gardenburg area. It just happens to like overlap on this corner around these mountains where you can access it earlier than you're supposed to, and the rest of the enemies in this area. What's that?
Cock-a-doodle-doo. Sorry. Okay, yeah.
And
Rise and shine.
the rest of the enemies in this area are very dangerous, so being able to manipulate them is very nice.
Christo learns whack.
Oh, good.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Yeah, this game is, especially the original NES Famicom version, is known for, because of its party AI system, it also kind of became famous for Christo casting beat and defeat quite a lot in battle, because it takes a certain
On
number
bosses.
on bosses and obviously bosses are immune to it.
Yeah.
So it takes a certain number of turns before Christo the whole party will learn what the boss or enemies are weak to, and stop casting it. I believe, what was it?
Takes like 10 to 15 turns, so
Yes.
usually the fight's over.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so we're on our last one. Hopefully it goes well. You can start using Torneko now, I think. Yeah, so 72. Get challenged on math every one of these runs. So it's 37, perfect. Same one that we were just on. So
It's pretty convenient that the level ups give you more characters that aren't at full HP, so you can check their healing.
totally.
Yeah, in some of the later DQ games or remakes, they've made it so that level ups will fully restore characters' HP and MP. And the fact that it doesn't in this game actually ends up being useful for this purpose, at least.
Definitely.
Defending hot dog champion.
Oh man.
All right, that is the final grind. I'm done looking at manipulations. I'm just gonna play the game.
All right.
Great.
Very well done.
Cool. So specifically, we do 4 of these fights so that Bray learns by kill, which is gonna help with the next few fights. We need to level up this party anyways, and you probably could squeeze by with 3 medals, but if we're gonna get medals anyways, we're gonna definitely speed up this fight by specifically getting Oomph spell, which is by kill. This is what I'm just talking about, which is a double a character's attack in battle. So it makes Bray very, very valuable.
The stat growths are also weighted in a way that some of these level ups, like especially Alena's strength, really do make the next boss fights go quite a bit faster by having those extra levels too.
For sure. Okay, so now that we're done grinding, we are, am I low on money? All right, cool. It's cutting it close. We're done grinding, so we are going to progress a few other things story-wise, but now that we've got some levels, I'm going to collect the 2 pieces of Zenithian gear that are available to me. So Zenithian gear, there's armor, helmet, sword, and shield of the Zenithian of each one of those, and you need those in order to complete the game, 1, but 2, well, I already got this. But 2, they're just like very valuable pieces of equipment, and they offer both spell resistances and different
Breath.
types of magic damage and
Yeah.
breath resistances, so they're very valuable. All right, well, we're gonna inspect this real quick, see what he has to say. Hold on, he will say something. Miracle, great. That's something. I actually checked on the PlayStation version the other day. He doesn't interact with it, but they decided to go crazy with the puns.
Yeah, so worth noting is that most of the modern DQ remakes, starting on like the DS ones, were sort of relocalized, so that way different regions and different chapters had different accents and flavor to them.
Yeah, they used about a dozen for this game.
Yeah.
Different accents.
There's a lot of puns and references to things that are very not obvious sometimes, but it seems that some DQ games go more ham with it than others, but
Yep.
they show up everywhere.
Yeah. So basically, even though tomfoolery here is kind of like this prankster, jokester guy, he decides to have a serious conversation with the king, and the king listens and hands over the Zenithian helmet, which was part of this like joke contest that he was holding to cheer up his kingdom, which was miserably failing. But yeah, we got the Zenithian helm, and now we're going to go to the waterfall cave now and pick up the Sands of Time. This is something that we're going to use fairly often. I say fairly often. It's kind of situational. Sands of Time allow you to just straight up reset the fight that you're in, provided that you can pull it off. So we give it to Alena, and pretty much she goes first in every battle from here on out, which is really nice. And it just allows us to reset any fight. This was not present in the original version of the game, the hourglass regression, right?
It worked differently.
Yeah, it was just like completely different. And Sands of Time is actually like arguably overpowered. We're not going to be relying upon it too much because it's still a speed run. If I start resetting battles all the time, you just lose time. However, we will use it to bail us out of really bad situations, and that's what it's really there for.
Yeah, the PlayStation version of this run, without manipulating the grind that Tonic just did, uses that very, very heavily because you're grinding in areas that you can't survive in, so you're constantly resetting fights.
Yeah, and it's like if you see some liquid metal slimes or even regular metal slimes and they run away, but there's other enemies, you would just reset the fight and try again. With the luxury of the manipulations that we did, we didn't have to do any of that. Alright, so we'll get into a fight here. It's a little dangerous here. It's always going to happen. Actually, this is good. And the ambushes start. So once we get into this part of the run, the ambush rate just starts to go through the roof. So we'll get ambushed a lot. But here we are. We got the Sands of Time. We're actually going to come back here later once we get the ultimate key and go behind that door. But for now, we're just coming up to pick up the Sands of Time. The next two bosses is not really the reason we need it. It's more so about this next cave that we're going to. But then also, when we walk down to the Gardenburg or Femis Crya cave, we're going to really need everything in our arsenal to survive. So, in this case, what I do, and this is just strat I do because we have slightly more levels, is I'm going to put Alena in the back but bring everybody with me. I'm going to save and quit up here because it's been a post-grind. And this cave is very dangerous. There's some really tough enemies in here. But we are going to go to the bottom to get the Zenithian armor. So it's not a long cave at all, so it shouldn't be so bad. But there are some formations in here that are just like straight up ridiculous. So we're probably going to get into one fight when we get back, but at least having the save point's really helpful, and it's good for us to set up a save point after the grind. I'm gonna take a manual save at the cleric once we get through here and before you go fight. Okay. Whew. Yeah, you can see. Well, those enemies just like hit for a ton, so. These are like similar enemies that show up in Esterk's castle way later, so. I was actually really lucky, so cool.
Very nice.
back in our regular position. We're going to pick up the Zenithian armor, which is great. Alright, we're going to get out of here. We're going to go to Soretta real quick and save our game. We're going to do some inventorying right now too, so let's do this now. So we're going to be putting on the helmet and the armor. We're going to be giving the Sands of Time to her. We're going to be giving a whole bunch of the hero's excess equipment to Christo, who has been primarily defenseless for a long time. We brought an iron shield for Torneko earlier that we're going to give to him now. And then we've got, let's see, we need to give the abacuses, that's right. So we're going to give one of these to both Alena and Christo. These are free cast of Poof spell, which is very nice. And I think with that, we should be good. Hold on. Let's take the end, and then we'll, oh wait. Not only am I short on money, but I don't need to. Let's just save, and we'll go fight the boss. Yeah, that's right. We did it on the way to Canalon. Alright, I'm just making a safety save. It's been a while since we've done a full save, so it's probably smart. And then we're gonna go into 2 back-to-back boss fights. So get a revenge on Kilian and go fight Balzac again too. Okay.
Yeah, so this Kilian fight is Kilian's got 950 HP.
Yeah.
He's got a physical attack. He's got a strong cold breath that he can do, and I think he's got a weaker breath he can do, or some other attack.
Sizz?
Yeah.
Sizz, yeah, that's it. Couldn't remember what it specifically was. And pretty much anything is fine, except for the cold breath. That really does quite a bit of damage, 40 to 50 or so per character, and you'll need to kind of turtle it out and heal a little bit. It doesn't have any HP regen, so you can take a couple turns defending. Tonically using Oomph from Bray onto the damage dealers, and yeah, the hero and Alena are both going to do really good damage. He'll try to buff up his defense with Kabuff from Christo to guard against the physical attacks.
Yeah. And the AI is pretty good on the first 2 turns. That's crit. Casting Sap and casting Kabuff, but sometimes I have to manually override and get them to do what I want. So let's see what happens here. So Sizz start. Double Sizz is okay. I'm going to set Christo to be on healing, and we're going to let Bray move the hero. And he should move Alena next. This is where it gets kind of sketch. We'll see if her breath comes out. It did. This is early on enough that I'm probably just going to reset this fight, because as you can see, it's pretty rough. Let's go under this and just make sure that she survives. So we'll reset it up. It gets pretty nasty with trying to heal, because if he throws out another breath attack, pretty much everybody dies. Even if I cast a mid heals, like in that case, I can only heal 2 out of 3. So yeah, this is a slightly safer start. So do this.
One thing that's really nice about the tactics for focusing on healing is that the character gets to make the decision of who to heal on their turn, so the damage can sort of resolve, and then the AI can choose the best possible target to heal, rather than having to guess manually before the boss might have gotten to act.
That's too bad that we double heal. So I'm gonna do a heal on you, and hopefully Christo prioritizes Alena. Okay, Bray may die if we get hit with a breath, but this fight doesn't last too long, so we'll see. Okay, cool. So this is good. We can attack. Hopefully Bray is gonna cast Sap, and then we'll take it from there. Yeah, it should be okay. Even if he goes down. Actually, this is looking pretty good. So I'm gonna keep Christo. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Good job.
All right, nice fight. And yeah, we're gonna go into it's just straight into another fight. If anybody dies, I have to go revive them, and that's primarily why I reset that first fight, is that, like, maybe you could have squeezed out a victory, but if you have to go and revive somebody, it just takes that much more time, and it takes more resources, and just the whole thing. So that was incredible, Hot Dog. Sure was. All right, so we got Ryan, or Ragnar, who is the last party member. So we've got all 8. We're going to get the wagon march theme when we're out with the full party. And yeah, from here, we're just kind of like playing the rest of the game. We don't have to collect any more party members, and just doing our best. Okay, so use the nightlight to go back to the outside area here. All it is just transports you out here rather than having to walk. And then now we're going to, yep, so we're going to go fight Balzac right away.
Yeah, so this is the same Balzac that was present in Chapter 4, but he's used that knowledge of evolution to buff himself up a little bit. To look a little bit different than he did before.
Get a big club.
Oh yeah.
So the Balzac fight, he's got 500 HP. He regenerates 50 per turn, so about twice as beefy as the one from Chapter 4. He can physical attack, which can hurt, but again, Tonic will use Kabuff to kind of mitigate some of that. He's got a chilly breath, which isn't very strong, and then he can cast Crackle, or Crackle. And that's a little bit painful, especially if he starts spamming it.
Yeah,
Fight.
he can use it twice in a row.
Yeah. The fight should take 4 turns, 3 with some crits.
Yeah, this is a fight where having Maya around is really, really nice, because she just blanket does 80 damage per turn. We don't have that, but we have other means, so it'll be alright. We don't worry about sapping this guy, because his defense is already so low. Okay. Yeah, we'll just attack on. If characters die, it's like, okay. I'd rather have like a fast fight than have everybody alive and turtle it, but nice job, right? Hero? Bray's dead. Alright, it's a little sketch, but yeah, exactly. Like, that's the counterpoint of what I said before. Before, it was like too early in the fight that it would drag on to be slow, and then I'd have to revive. In this case, I knew that fight was going to be ending right there, and it was going to get Zing anyways, so I wanted to end it. Christo dying is the problem in the previous fight, so here, you know, Bray loses out on some EXP, but it's not a big deal at all.
It's also the really nice thing about doing the 4 babbles instead of only 3 in the earlier part of the grind, is that Christo does get Zing here,
Yeah.
which will be useful both here and potentially through the walk through Gardenburg Cave. If you get into some nasty encounters, he can help you recover from them.
Definitely. Cool. So we beat both Kilian, Kilian was apparently some guy who was just transformed. We don't really know too much. But then, specifically, Balzac was messing around with the evolution, like Hactable was saying. And yeah, we basically take him out and get revenge on for the sisters. But from there, you know, he took over Alena's castle, and this vault is very important, because now we can actually make progress into the Gardenburg area, which has been always accessible to the player, that you can walk over there, but you kind of get stalled out there. And the Magma Staff is what's going to allow us to actually progress. So we're going to put Ryan, or Ragnar, at the beginning of the party. I call him Ryan because that's what he's called in Japanese. That's where Mick Ryan comes from. But we're going to put him in the party. I should heal up at least a little bit. I'm going to take an in soon, but yeah.
Yeah, in the remake version, there's a lot of names and character names that are sort of either taken from the Japanese version or combined with the Japanese version as a first name, last name kind of thing. It's sort of interesting to see what they chose to do there.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because the Japanese name of, like, Mina is actually Mina, and then in the NES version it's Nara. But there's other examples where it's like the opposite, where this version has a completely different name. You know, like Tomfoolery is just completely made up. So who knows, man? It's all over the place. All right, that's a little sketch. Cool. Okay, so from here, I can make sure I'm very careful in this stretch because the encounter rate's super high. Then we're just going to keep going. Heroes cursed and poisoned.
So one other cool thing you notice is whoever is leading the party on the world map, their theme will play from their chapter.
Yeah, that's super cool. Okay, I think it'd be...
Yeah, it starts doing that once you get Ragnar.
Yeah. Once you get all 8 party members. Cool. Alright, so you get this very vibration-heavy cutscene.
Just wanted to let everybody know that we did hit over $127,000.
Excellent.
Thank you very much, everyone who's donating, and thank you to all the runners and staff that are working hard around the clock.
Cool. We're gonna give this to him for now. Magma Staff's a decent piece of equipment. We don't really need it right now, but just be super safe. Yeah, it's optional. You don't have to take it with you, but eventually we're gonna use it on Christo for the Esther fight, and then we'll throw it on Bray for the final stretch. Because actually, like, Bray can do some decent physical damage if he has nothing else to do. I've been so broke for a while, so let's sell something. And I don't want to sell too much, but I can sell, sure, the shield. Great. Just enough. Because we want to definitely be fully healed. We're about to do another boss fight, but more so about the stretch of the encounters on the way down. They can be really nasty down there, so definitely want to be prepared. All right, so we're in this kingdom. It's a female-run kingdom, and yeah, it's just like run by women, and they are very protective of, you know, they've been like closed off from the mountain range, so we come in and, you know, they're kind of welcoming, but then apparently you go into this room and you see this somewhat shady guy, you know, hanging out by the dressers, and he says, hey, come over here. And then basically you just get accused of stealing a gold rosary. So we get put in jail. I think this is one of the, this starts the sequence of in all the Zenithian trilogy from 4 through 6, you're in jail at some point. So this one's pretty short. DQ5, you're in jail for multiple years. And yeah, you go to jail in DQ6 as well.
It's interesting. The intent, I think, behind when you get caught stealing is like they want you to open the chest, and then they come in and catch you. But you don't need to do that. You can just walk out.
Yeah. So I wasn't playing hide and seek there. I went to the bottom left and just waited because it reduces the amount of time it takes for the camera to pan for the soldier to come down. So, all right. So the queen is like, "Hey, maybe you're unfairly put in prison." Even though she says there's overwhelming evidence, she allows us a chance to go find this guy. And she says, you can do it, but you have to leave one person behind, which is fine, because we can only bring so many people with us anyways. Wait, I put Ragnar. And Alena's at the end. Hold on, sorry. Do this. I need to cure poison. Squelch. We'll do Padfoot. We're gonna go down. All right, so this dungeon is probably the most dangerous dungeon. It's like, it's not that long, but for every other dungeon, we have pretty decent options to mitigate either damage or encounter rates or whatever. So I actually have to go back outside, cast Padfoot. But this one, there's just like a ton of enemies that do breath attacks, so it can get really scary. We do have the sands of time that we can reset a fight if we need to, but it's pretty nasty. I can save and quit in this dungeon, but I'm also not that worried about it, because Alena will outspeed people, so if I fail to run, I can sands of time.
Those Chalanodons are one of the enemies with the breath attacks Tonic was talking about. They've got a weekend of strong breath, and that strong breath really hurts if they all spam it. The walruses are probably the other scary enemy in here.
Yes. You see that? It said walruses, so it's not walry, it's walruses. What's the plural of walrus? It's not walry, according to DQ4. Okay. All right, we're getting lucky. That's definitely nice.
So the boss at the end of this dungeon is
That's
is
really good.
pretty free.
Yeah, definitely.
He can cast Crackle. He can cast Increase if you don't stop spell him. He's on a set pattern, so he starts off with Crackle. He attacks, and then the general idea is you lower his defense, you buff your defense, you try to stop him from casting more magic, and then you just beat him up.
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks to our good friend Purple Mario, this guy's name is Kirk Buzzer, which we found out is some pun that's a reference to some antiquated term of somebody who would come by your house while you're at church and steal your stuff.
Right.
So, thanks Mario for the pun lore.
Yeah, thanks. All right, so this guy, yeah, he's not so bad. You can cast Stop Spell on him, which doesn't always work, which is kind of unfortunate because Christo is our healer. I'm going to play this a little safe, I guess. It's usually not a problem, but exactly this happens. But Bray can cast Sap and get him back down. He can cast either Kabuff or Snowstorm. Or Crackle, I guess. We'll try it again. It's getting a little sketch on HP, just gotta be careful. It also doesn't, like, the fight doesn't last that long, so I'm actually gonna do this. Pretty sure either this attack or next round is gonna end it anyways, so yeah. Compared to the other two bosses, it's definitely much, much simpler.
The cave is way scarier than he is typically.
Yeah.
Funny enough, one of the big threats between the three bosses is the hero using the multi-edged sword and taking the recoil damage.
Yeah.
Is it's easy to just end up getting owned because
Especially
of it.
with oomph on.
Yeah. And if you land a critical, potentially before Oomph gets off, then you deal like a ton of recoil damage. But that's usually not a problem. Okay. So we're done here. We're gonna go back to Themyscira. And the queen actually believes us. So, yeah, one of her soldiers was following us and saw it all go down. And yeah, just like before, just a random reward, just saying, hey, thanks for everything, here's a key. So we're getting the ultimate key now, which is cool. We can now use this to raid the vault downstairs, which has the Zenithian shield, which is critical. We need that. It's also a very good piece of equipment. And I think if you use it in battle, cast bounce. Is that right? And we don't use it in the run, but
Yep.
it's
Correct, yeah.
yeah. But I think I think this is the one that reduces magic damage, or it might be the other way around with the armor. One of them reduces breath damage, and one of them is magic. Anyways, we got it now. So we got 3 pieces of Zenithian gear, which is great, but we also have the ultimate key. So now we have access to jail doors. We're going to use this to go to 2 things primarily. One, we're going to first go to the waterfall cave and pick up our liquid metal sword, which is very, very powerful, and it's pretty much the best sword in the non-post game. So not only is it good, but it has a really, really helpful quality of dealing base 2 damage to a metal slime rather than 1. And then we use oomph on a character, and then they'll do 4 damage to a metal slime, which is awesome. So we definitely want to get that. It's great for the final stretch of the game too. So I'm gonna cast heal all, but I'm gonna specifically wait until we get inside. Sometimes it's a mistake casting heal all, but I saw the thresholds and they seem to be reasonably good. What I mean is that sometimes it's just really slow to have Christo cast heal on everybody. Nice. Love that. There's just some fights in here that if it's a solo enemy or 2, you can end the fight with 1 turn of attacking instead of trying to run. So this dungeon is too bad or too long. You definitely can get some nasty fights in here, but it's largely just you're losing time, not so much that they're actually dangerous. Some of them, though, can be. Those fish guys, or no, we haven't seen the fish guys yet. They can cast Blaze more, which is kind of nasty. That's pretty good, though. I'm doing my best to avoid the everyone's worst nightmare of a Dragon Quest game where you're deep into a dungeon, you cast outside or evac. So
Oh yeah. We've all been there.
nobody wants to see that.
You know, one interesting thing is that in the later DQ games, it really started with the SSC games, they added the ability to heal all from the menu, and your characters will automatically just heal everybody up to full. But it's not always the most efficient, so as Tonic mentioned, it would heal up wagon members, which is sometimes a waste of time if you're outside. It's also, in this game in particular, the spell choices that they use for heal all is a little bit strange. Crystal likes to spam heal instead of mid-heal, even though it's not any better. And sometimes you just don't care about a character being absolutely full HP, and it's better to just manually heal the ones you're worried about. So it's not a huge deal over the course of the run, but
Go.
so.
Yeah. Alright, even though pad for it wears off, we should be close. Good. Cool. So we got this, which is great. We can leave here. And now we're with the ultimate key. The other thing that we've unlocked is the ability to go to the where am I going? To Riverton, because we're going to the Colossus. So the Colossus is what guards us from basically the hideout of the monsters. So it's kind of an interesting dungeon. I'm not at all complaining, but it's kind of odd that they went with like a giant colossus that walks past the riverbank, but that's what it is. It's kind of cool though. This dungeon is cool.
Yeah, the riverbank's scary, but at the end of this, we're gonna jump off the roof of this colossus. So
Yeah. That's safer than swimming. Cool. That's the floor that you're gonna get into an encounter if you're ever gonna get into one on this dungeon. So yeah, this dungeon is a great example of doing encounter resets, and like a lot of encounter resets just naturally happen as you transition through screens. So we won't be seeing a fight from the rest of this, just because of how tight each transition happens.
So that weapon that Tonic just picked up there, Hela's Hammer, is another cursed weapon that the hero will be equipping for the grind segment. And the way it works is it's got a 1 1/3 chance to critical hit, and then it's got a 2/3 chance to just miss. And there's no like normal attack with it. But what that means is that for metal babbles, if the hero swings at it, it'll be about a 33% chance of just killing one instantly.
Yep.
Which adds a little bit of variability to the run, but if she gets some crits off of it, it really does pay for itself. It costs a little bit of time to go out of your way to pick it up and then remove the curse later, but it's usually worth it.
Alright, this is the giant colossus crossing the apparently treacherous riverbank. It doesn't even look that big. I think you could just sail across it. Well, I guess we don't have access to our boat, but you know. Who knows?
The chest that we opened up is actually closed on the hand in this scene.
And then we're just gonna jump off. Right out the air. Alright, so now that we're on the other side, I'm gonna recast Padfoot. Be very careful with encounters in here. Again, like, we're not really at risk of wiping out or anything, but some of these fights are just slow. You can get ambushed. It's not worth it. One more. Okay, so we're here in Dire Palace, or Diabolic Hall in this version. This is the monster's hideout. We're coming here first, even though we don't have the chain staff or the mod rod yet. We are coming here, one, to pick up this prayer ring, which we can get at any time. But specifically, we're coming here to get what's called the Aeolus Shield, or the Tempest Shield. And that's going to allow us to basically cast the beat spell for free, which is really, really great, because we're about to do a power level grind. And we need to get all the resource that we can. So basically, the abacuses that we have in our party, both on Alena and Alena and Christo, they cast their free cast of the Poof spell, which is Expel, and the Tempest Shield is free cast of Beat spell. So Alena is going to have both the Tempest Shield and the Abacus, and Christo's going to get an Abacus. And yeah. Then from here, what am I missing? I need to put the liquid metal on him. Oh yeah, I gotta go to
yeah.
decurse. Yeah. Put the hammer on. So actually, I shouldn't have done that. Just move it back. Yeah, I'm gonna warp again. Just go to Franca slightly faster in here. Plus, I need to get a prayer ring in here. So yeah, I need to uncurse the hero's double-edged sword, which we're not going to use anymore. And we're going to put the hammer on for this grind coming up. And then we're going to eventually put the liquid metal sword on the hero for a bit.
You might need gold to decurse.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yes. Yep. Good point. Guess we're staying over. Sleepover. So at this point, I'll just sell a abacus. And now that I could have done this before. I probably should have, but we can use the Robe of Serenity on her over her chainmail. Now that I'm pretty confident we're not going to need it. But then we can also take one of these extra abacuses. Where is it? Oh, it's still in his inventory. He's got one equipped, but I can sell that if I need to. And, oh, what am I doing? And we'll do Benediction. Take this off. The Infernal Curse afflicting Hot Dog. I don't think you can ever remove that. Okay, so now we're immediately going to curse ourselves again. Now we're using the hammer. Just the way it is, man. And we're going to make sure that Christo's got the liquid metal sword, so should be good. Actually, I do have to do a little bit more inventorying. I just need to switch these positions. We're gonna give this prayer ring to Christo. We'll give the other one later. We'll do this, and we're off. Alright, so we're basically gonna gain about 10 levels for everybody now. We're just gonna get through a ton of liquid metals. You're gonna see in this area in the Royal Crypt, which is where we're going now, is that there's a floor that just has a really high metal encounter rate, which is fine. So yeah, basically we're gonna grind our levels to be pretty much set up for the rest of the game. And we come down here to get what's called the Mod Rod. It allows you to change your form and basically allows us to access the secret meeting that happens in Sorrow's castle. Not his castle, his hideout. So I'm going to use a musk here, and that's going to force the encounter rate to go through the roof. But that's what we want. We just want to fight a whole bunch of stuff down here. So, yeah, I mean, from here, basically, actually, maybe Haxwell, if you want to talk about this grind a little bit.
Sure. So, as Tonic mentioned, this floor's got a lot of metal babbles on it, but it also has a lot of other random enemies that you can run into with various weaknesses. So there's the Mambabas, there's the Bebin bears that have some other name. There's
Hello.
liquid metal slimes. There's some dragonfly guys, and then there's the blood swords, and then the metal slimes all run away. And most of the enemies are weak to something, so the dragonflies are weak to, fully vulnerable to Expel or the Abacus. The Mambabas and the Bebin bears are pretty vulnerable to the Tempest Shield or the Whack or Thwack spell from Christo. And it's sort of just basically you want as many metal slimes as you can, and you want to clear encounters as quickly as possible. The XP from everything else isn't really too significant, but it's basically just a constant decision. What's the formation like? What can you use to clear it as quickly as possible? Christo with the Metal Babble Sword is pretty strong. You can use Oomph from Bray onto Christo to increase his damage and pretty much one-shot anything. The hero is, at the same mercy of the crits to take out random trash. So the hero ends up being slightly less useful with this routing.
This is awful.
Man,
Yeah.
I'm gonna run. I'm just gonna run.
These guys resist both the shield and the abacus, so you pretty much have to kill them all. And it's just really slow.
If it was 2 or 3, I would do it, but we're okay. Christo does have Zing if we need it, but just run away. It's fine.
Yeah, they can critical hit, so
Yeah.
they can take somebody down pretty quick if you get unlucky.
So I'm specifically using the hero's MP because 1, we don't need her MP, but 2, Christo sometimes will use some other spells, so it's helpful to just kind of keep it on him. There's a heal station above, which is really nice, in 1 floor above. Hold on. I didn't realize they were 2 groups. So we can go upstairs to heal if we want, but we'd have to cancel out the effects of the musk, so we want to avoid that if possible. But yeah, we're just gonna post up here, and we're gonna get a lot of levels. The reason for the levels is that we need to have a few spells by the end game for a bunch of our characters. In this route, we're gonna get Omni Heal, which is heal us all for our hero at the end of the game, and we're gonna make sure that Christo gets Kazing, which is just full revive, 100% success rate, and then also we're gonna make sure that Bray gets nice crit. We're gonna also make sure that Bray gets Crackle for one of the final fights. So, and we need these levels in order to realistically get through the final fight. So, this is just the best place in the game to do it.
Yeah, and it's also going to make some story-related things that we need to do, some traveling through dungeons and caves, that much safer also.
Definitely. Those guys are definitely the worst guys to see in there, mostly because their animations take forever. You can make an argument that these blades are pretty bad too, but
Well, the other guys also take 2 actions every turn.
yeah, they're slow. They sap your mana. It's just a mess. At least these guys, they don't have that much HP.
I saw a couple fights ago a pretty good demonstration of how strong the hero's shield and armor are, that the Spitfire's breath is supposed to do about 40 damage, but she took 2 damage from one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. The Zenithian gear is real good. Cool. So yeah, I mean, we're just gonna do this grind for a bit. If you got a few donations, feel free.
Alrighty. We have a $50 donation from Sheriff. Thank you very much. A $10 donation from Queen of Glitches. And a $5 donation from Sep16120 with the comment, "Many years I've been watching the runs but couldn't donate. But this is the year that I was able to give back. Thank you very much." We also have a $10 donation from Lavitz951. Hello 127K. Also Cowie and Hactical. I'm sorry, I'm bad at names. I need you to tell Easter stories for me. Thanks in advance.
The story behind that is Lavitz and I did a somewhat blind race of the PSX version one time, and Lavitz stopped at Esther, but it was a really long run. It was like 15 or 16 hours in, and just kind of stopped and started telling Esther some stories for a while.
Just to let everybody know, we do have some incentives. The ones for this game have been met, but we still have the Octopath Traveler Direwolf Fight and Glitches incentive that still needs to be met. We have about $2,100 towards it. We need to get to about $5,000. There's also the Kingdom Hearts Final Mix HD Glitch Exhibition, which shows off the Stench glitch that happens in Alice in Wonderland, and the Oathkeeper glitch. There's also bid wars for choosing the language. For Octopath, you could choose between English or Japanese. At the moment, English is leading by about $25, so if you want to hear the characters in Japanese, you'll have to start donating a little bit towards that. You can also choose to donate towards the starting character. Right now we have Tressa and Cyrus, with Tressa leading by $30. Or you can even donate towards the color of the gummy ship in Kingdom Hearts 1.
So one thing you may have noticed a couple fights ago, man, these encounters are all split up in different groups.
Yeah.
A couple fights ago, there were, I think, 4 metal babbles and a blood sword, and Tonic reset the fight once, but then decided to just take the one babble he got and finish the fight. And it's sort of a constant decision-making process you have to do through here. Is do you just clear the fight and take what you get out of it, versus how long do you spend resetting the fight hoping to get a second babble or a third babble? They're pretty plentiful down here, so a lot of times it's really more efficient to just clear the fight and hope for another encounter. But it's just sort of part of the decision making of the run.
Definitely. I think it's the same fight. No, it was a sword before, but yeah.
This grinding segment, like, on the surface seems pretty straightforward, but we've gone back and forth on a lot of different strategies of the best way to handle things and to get through them quickly, getting the shield for skipping it or whatever else. And there really is a decent amount of nuance and, again, kind of some personal preference into how you handle these encounters and get through them efficiently.
Yeah, for sure. It's a pretty fun part of the game, you know. There's a lot of moving pieces, and yeah, the battles kind of queue up very quickly, so you're moving through it pretty fast. All right. We're seeing a decent amount of medals. I'm not getting a ton of them, but it's all good.
It's also interesting that with this setup, Alena, who's one of your, better characters at dealing with metal babbles, also ends up sometimes attacking the least because she's so fast that it's usually nice to, for example, there use the abacus on the Spitfires, so that way you don't have to watch all their animations and heal their damage. You just get them out of the fight.
Yeah, it's like we're not doing this to maximize EXP. We're maximizing or minimizing time. So the time variable is that we have to consider just straight up ditching a fight that maybe you could squeeze out a medal or 2 more, but realistically we're trying to go fast. So you have to burn some encounters if you have to. And you can make an argument maybe it is faster to grind out another medal, but I think you got to kind of take what you get.
Yeah, I agree.
The Tempest Shield just happens to be so helpful in this area.
Yeah, 3 different types of monsters are relatively weak to it, and it just clears them out so quickly.
Yeah.
This grind hasn't had the best start so far. The medals haven't really been showing up, but we're making progress. We're getting some XP and moving through it.
Yeah, for sure. I need to get to level 30 with the hero. It's about 32, 33 with Alena. I have a specific EXP that I need to hit with the hero. So we're getting there. Just need some of those big formations to show up.
Yeah, in this version, I think they can show up anywhere from 1 to 7 of them in a single encounter.
Mm-hmm.
The PlayStation version actually has an 8 Metal Babble encounter. That's pretty rare, but it's really nice.
Best encounter of all of Dragon Quest. There we go. Hello. Sure.
Critical hot dogs over here.
Yep. Yeah, so my PB just has like a very, very nice metal slime grind. I don't love this, but hopefully this works out. Okay. Cool. And earlier, right before we fought Kirk Buzzer, we Okay, cool. We got a Mercury bandana, and that's plus 15 agility. We put it on Bray because we want Bray to outspeed Christo here, so that Bray casts oomph or by kill, and then Christo attacks afterwards. You'll see sometimes Christo outspeeds him, but yeah, and that's really helpful later. The hero is actually a pretty slow character, but that's kind of relative to everybody else in your party, and that's a good thing because ordinarily you want the hero to get powered up from any other buffs from the other characters. Really, Bray. Alright, we're getting there, level 30 on Alena.
One other viable strategy on the Metal Slime encounters that I've seen Tonic do quite a bit is choose to use speed up on Bray instead of oomph to hope for a better second turn on the Metal Babbles if they stick around, because you'll have a chance at outspeeding them.
Yeah, definitely. I think once we get to like upper 20s, that's a more viable strat. So here we go.
Ooh.
Well,
Oh.
see ya, see ya. Okay. I'm gonna re-roll this once. Let's see what happens. Technically, I have a chance of not getting ambushed, so we'll see.
Really?
Watch them all just like run away. Yeah, you can. Yeah. Okay, looking better so far. Oh yeah. Much better.
Really good.
Oh yeah. Yeah, let's go in, team. It's an example where I could have accelerated. And the mass fleeing, nice crit. Go, go. All right. Our turn about G. Wow, that was not a word. It turned out to be 2 of them. That
Not
was
bad
good.
for an ambush.
Yeah. Turn it around. Alright, so we definitely need to hit level 30 on the hero, but I think a musk is just about to wear off, so wow.
Call your shot.
So we'll probably just have to use one more. Yeah, it's unfortunate that the hero is not very reliable for clearing out regular enemies, but it definitely makes sense to have the whole setup for the hammer. I think we've already seen like 3 kills with it, so
Plus a bunch of crits on trash that have gone pretty well too.
yeah. Once you get to low 30s or upper 20s, Alena, provided she doesn't miss, can pretty much one-shot a lot of these enemies.
It does also provide another consideration is like, do you attack with her instead of using the shield or something like that?
Definitely.
Get a couple extra text boxes for getting XP, but guaranteeing clearing an encounter out is also beneficial.
Yep. Where are the medals?
They're down here somewhere. Probably snacking on some hot dogs somewhere.
I hope not. Memory cursor is kind of odd in this. It has a mind of its own. Okay, good. So that's unfortunate turn order. Nice job. Yeah. So if Bray went before Chris though, and then that would have been a kill, but
Yeah, worth noting, liquid metal slimes can have between 3 and 5 HP. It's kind of random, so 4 damage usually kills one, but not always.
oh, did I?
Well,
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Wow.
Hero. Yeah.
We learned something there.
That's a pretty, might be helpful one day. That's interesting. So you can whack these guys.
We haven't really experimented with it, but it seems that using oomph on the hero kind of reverts the hammer to like a normal weapon. You kind of lose the crit effect.
That'd be interesting to test out more.
Yeah. Look.
Metal slimes.
Okay, good. Nice. Alright, it's 32. Yep. We're getting close. Check out our EXP, which is 2. Right, so I get about 3 to go. And there's 4 here. Alena, Christo is critical way more than you have. Okay, we get 2 here. We'll get 1 more and then we'll be good to go. So the reason I'm getting to this specific EXP is that by the time I get to the final fight, hero will hit level 32, and that's when we'll get access to Omni Heal, which is super important. All right, 1 more. 1 more to go. It's a little slow in the mid game. Like I was seeing a bunch of medals, but it was usually just 1 here and there. Sorry, mid grind, but honestly, really not that bad.
Yeah, it's been consistently moving forward, so.
Yeah.
It's kind of the nice thing about this grind is usually you feel like you're at least making some semblance of progress. Any sort of XP adds up to your goal.
Yep. All right. Hopefully, yeah. All right. That's it. Go for another one if we can. We can do this. Sure, right? All right. Cool. So we're done with grind. We can use Holy Protection or a Holy Water. We can negate the effects of the Musk, which is nice. So it's just back to a regular encounter rate. Take a quick heal, and then we'll head down and get our change staff.
Yeah, so the rest of the run is gonna move pretty quickly now that the grinding stuff is all done. Be a few boss fights and
Yeah, pretty much from here we're getting the change staff, and we're gonna go to the secret meeting within Diabolic Hall, and then we'll be able to get access to Esterk's castle, which is what is believed to be the major bad guy for now. All right, Royal Crypt out.
it's a good time.
Okay. Cool. So I need to go back and uncurse my party one last time. I would say the hammer earned its stripes this run.
Yeah.
We have a $14 donation from Captain Impossible. Good day, Mr. Cleartonic. The National Alliance on Metal Stillness would like to have a word with you about your recent actions. Love, the extended slime family.
Mental stillness. Huh? Thanks.
It's also really silly. You might wonder why, like, Tonic is running outside before he does all this stuff. Even though that Bronco looks like it's kind of outdoorsy, it's not. You bonk your head if you try to zoom out of there.
Yeah.
I do that every run somewhere. Some DQ games let you use wings or return from indoors, and other ones don't.
Yeah.
It's not very consistent anymore between games.
No. Even in this one, you can wing out of the jail cell in Chapter 3.
Yeah. But then you walk upstairs and you can't. All right, how many tries? We're going
2.
with 3.
Yetis.
What am I doing? Where is it? All right, so we use the change staff. I can turn into humans or monsters.
Yeah!
2 for the Yetis. Look at them. They're so happy. Cool. All right, so we just hang out here for a second, and we're gonna trigger the secret meeting. It's kind of strange. Sometimes I like have to yeah. All right, that just works. Here we are. So Sorrow shows up and says, "Hey, they figured out." And if you remember this was part of chapter 4. Is that the miners were digging into the Actempto or Mammon mines. They didn't really know what they were digging, and apparently they figured out that the great evil one Esturk is hanging out down there.
This theme is a new one for the remake. Wasn't in the original.
Is there a standard boss theme in NES?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so.
That was new for this as well.
There's also another theme that's connected to Sorrow that was added in this.
Right, yeah. Cool. So we're basically as Yetis now that we're going to follow the rest of the monsters and go down to the mine. But instead we're gonna defeat them. The rest of those monsters kind of look up to the evil one, but clearly we don't. Okay. So due to the nature of us getting a lot of levels, Esturk is a pretty straightforward and free battle. For most playthroughs, Esturk is a pretty major wall, I guess. You know, he's like fairly tough, but I think if you come in prepared and you've got decent gear and you like, we've leveled as if we're getting to the end game, so we're like really ready for it. Anyway.
Yeah, Esturk's a really interesting boss because when you first encounter him, he's sleeping, and you know when you're playing it casually, you're like, oh man, I'm getting some free turns off, but he actually emits some eerie light when he's sleeping and does pretty decent damage to everybody in your party. And then once he wakes up, he's on, at least in PSX, a fixed cycle, so he'll always do things in the same order. And then you get in kind of a rhythm with your buffs and debuffs. One of his actions is a freezing wave, which removes all of your buffs. So you kind of, it's like getting in a rhythm with your attacks and refreshing buffs and keeping everybody healed up. And it usually goes pretty smooth.
Yeah. For here, we're gonna try to wake him up in the beginning with physicals. I mean, he just kind of wakes up when you hit him, no matter what. But we're gonna also try to put him back to sleep too, because once we get some buffs going, Christo's multi-heal is gonna be enough to keep up with his AoE attacks from being asleep. This is a pretty bad encounter, but we're not getting breath attack that much, so. Cool. Alright, we got a quick little fight before we get into the main fight. These guys are just waiting for this King Esturk to wake up. Lord Esturk, excuse me. Use whack. We can use this on hero. Didn't work, but it's fine. Cool. Alright, here we go. This is some of the best music in the game, which you did not hear during the previous run. What am I doing? So yeah, we haven't woken him up yet, so he may. All right, there you go. And it kind of like cancels his turn too, so we can keep going. Nice, nice.
Nice double.
Cool. So now we can do this. I'm actually going to prioritize him by. Sometimes Bray's AI isn't perfect, and he won't move stuff, and he'll do some kind of strange things. So that's too bad, but it's not the end of the world either. See how Alena takes this. Okay. That's alright. I mean, she'll survive, so. Send you on healing. We'll be alright. Right, so he prioritizes putting her back to sleep rather than moving Alena, which is what I was trying to get around last time. So we'll see. So he woke up, which is good. I think in this case, I'm going to heal you. I guess that was kind of a waste. That's alright. Alright. Just kind of go back to normal here. We gotta get sap off again. Nice. Alright, we should be seeing Oomph again. I'm gonna... Yeah, I mean, this is fine. It should be relatively soon.
Yeah, the fight goes pretty quickly, but this is one of those cases where like you get slightly off rhythm in terms of your buffs and debuffs, and it takes a couple extra turns.
Yeah, for sure. Not a problem though.
No.
That's what's like great about Dragon Quest RTA, right? It's like you can stroll in here and reasonably know you can win, but if you're trying to PB, if you're trying to go fast, minimizing turns and really being smart about what actions you take and even pushing it near the end of the fight to try to end it a few turns early, that saves time. So, all right, well, we took out the Lord Estark, and Sorrow's not so happy about it, and then starts to figure it out. So he's obviously not happy or not happy about it, but yeah. Turns out that apparently Rose, his elf girl love, is captured by the humans, which sets him into a fury. Oh, nice. I so rarely make this up here without a fight, which is cool.
Yeah, so when casually playing the game, there's a dream sequence in Izmit, the town that Ragnar was, the town in Chapter 1, not the one Ragnar's from, but the other town in Chapter 1. When you stay at the inn there's sort of a dream sequence about Rosa, or Rose, and then after you beat Estark, you can go back there and sleep at the inn again for another dream sequence, and it gives a little bit of exposition in terms of that part of the story. And then there's also somewhere in there's a tower that you can go to in Rosaville where she's just kind of being kept up with a knight to guard her. And when we beat Balzac and got the Magma Staff, there's also a Flute of Uncovering in that chest that Tonic didn't open, and that's used to get into that tower and kind of go through that part of the story, but it's completely optional. There's nothing needed for it in order to complete the game.
Yeah, you do get the Sphere of Silence through that, which is like very odd because what am I doing? You keep everything in your inventory from Chapter 4, but then the Sphere of Silence just mysteriously goes missing, and then you can do that side quest to get it back, which I have no idea why, but... Alright, Balloon. So this is our version of the airship. It has very limited use in this run, but we use it to get to two areas. One is the World Tree, and then we'll use it to get into Got Side, which is the center. I think it's called Azimuth in this. So we're gonna go straight to the World Tree, and yeah, I mean we're definitely getting into the final stretch. We have to climb through 2 dungeons, and then we got basically a boss rush.
Yep, so the World Tree up here is going to have the last piece of Zenithian gear that's needed in order to... there's this Zenithian tower in that Gotside area Tonic was just talking about, and the only way that you can get into it is by equipping all 4 pieces of the Zenithian gear. So up here is the sword that will complete the set.
Yep, and And we bring 3 party members with us because we have to leave room for Orphelia at the top, or Lucia. And she's a Zenithian. So, yeah, we need her to join our party in order to get through Zenithian Tower. So, anywhere in this dungeon, you can just inspect the ground, and you can pick up a Yggdrasil leaf, provided that you don't have one in your inventory already. So, you might think maybe I should encounter reset or encounter cancel on that stairs down, but whether or not you do that, you're guaranteed to get one and only one fight, so it's basically a waste of time.
The other thing that Tonic picked up in that chest is a World Dew, which is an item that is a full heal for everybody in your party, and he'll be picking up 3 of them and saving them for the final boss.
Yes, very, very valuable. Go. Nice.
As Tonic mentioned earlier, Alena pretty much outspeeds everything, so Alena's going to be holding the dews for the late game, which will give you some recovery options if it's not looking so good.
Yeah. Alright, so she's just hanging out here. She's a very temporary NPC. She's not so bad. She has some support spells and a fair amount of healing spells, but we only use her for a very short amount of time. Alright, we come over here, and alright, what are we doing?
The NES version of the speedrun actually keeps her through the end game and uses her the whole way. You have to stick her in the wagon, I think, so that way she doesn't leave your party when you get to Zenithia. I don't know if it works the same way in this or not, or if she just automatically leaves regardless.
Yeah, that's right, she does. Thank you, hot dog. Okay. Now we're just gonna warp to the closest point to Azimuth. Yeah, we're in the final stretch. So we have a dungeon to climb to Zenithian Tower, or to Zenithia through Zenithia Tower.
They're not going to let you in unless you bring them the Zenithian hot dog, though.
It's true. Point straight up to the sky.
This area is also the first place. This area in Zenithian Tower, you can encounter Metal King slimes that are worth 30,000 apiece, but all the grinding's been done earlier, so even if they showed up, it's usually a trap.
A trap that I don't fall for, but some people do.
I once got an encounter with them with some masks that decided to call for friends and wasted like 3 minutes trying to clear out the masks.
There's some pretty decent equipment in this area. We got it's called a Glum Bolero, or I think Mysterious Bolero. It's a good endgame equipment for Christo. We're also gonna pick up another Dew in here, but then finally a Kerplunk Bracer, which is incredibly important for the final fight. We can talk about it maybe as we get closer to the end, but all this gear in here is very, very helpful.
Yeah, the Glombolero is nice because it means that when Christo has a spell cast on him, he actually absorbs some MP back from it, and it's just good equipment.
It's not guaranteed, but it's a chance.
Yeah.
Another Dew.
It's pretty obvious when going through a lot of these dungeons that the game was designed around the NES and NES encounter rate, because you really do go through a lot of these dungeons with 0 or 1 encounters, where in the original version of the game you'd go through here with 20 of them or something. It's very, very different. It really shows the strength of Padfoot in the speedrun, but even in casual play you're going to end up with many fewer encounters.
It's funny you bring that up in this dungeon when this tower is actually based on Dragon Quest V's tower, not 4's.
It's completely different.
Yeah, that's funny.
But yeah, pretty much every dungeon in the game is like that. But even like the final dungeon, you're only going to find like 2 or 3 encounters in it max.
Yep. Yeah, this is the only floor that you're guaranteed to get a fight on.
Yeah.
Might be 2. This is kind of early. This is unfortunate. Never mind. Cool. All right, so we're gonna ascend to the tower and go hang out with Master Dragon, and then go to the final stretch. It's probably a good time for a donation or 2 if you got any.
At the moment, we don't. But let's talk about one of our sponsors here. RPG Limit Break is proud to once again partner with the Yeti to bring you 8 amazing t-shirts and a hoodie now available, plus pins. Head over to theyeti.com/RPGLimitBreak to take a look at the designs. Pick up the ones that you want and know that $4 from every t-shirt purchased will be donated to NAMI. Remember, Yeti is spelled Y-E-T-E-E, theyeti.com/RPGLimitBreak.
Cool. So this here is the town of Zenithia. As Tonic mentioned, we've got the Master Dragon that he's going to go talk to. The Master Dragon's going to give you some experience points for some reason, and also power up the Zenithian sword, which will allow it to be used as an item in battle to have your own version of freezing waves that the enemy typically uses to remove debuffs. So you can remove debuffs on bosses, which will see used twice for specific reasons.
Alright, so around the time that we defeated Esther, Sorrow starts to go into more and more of a craze. We didn't talk about it earlier, but we've been talking about this concept of all the early chapters kind of being actually important. So that bracelet that we picked up in chapter 2 that we used in that ransom exchange was actually something that is like a catalyst for evolution. So we're gonna find out that once through Balzac figuring that out, and then eventually Sorrow, is that's like the key to Sorrow turning into this like well, we'll see later, but basically his final boss form. So now that we're here and we just defeated Esther, that just cues Sorrow going crazy.
This little mini demon over here gives you another do.
Super nice. He will replenish you if you have 0, but he won't give you, and luckily he gives you 1 from the start. But cool. So we won't be picking up the wagon, so there's no point of stacking with extra party members. You can pick up Dory there.
Yeah, in Gottside, there's a small little dungeon that's got the Baron's Horn in it, which can be used as an item in one specific place to call the wagon to you, when normally you wouldn't have it available, and that's for the final boss fight. So in the NES version, they pick up the Baron's Horn. In the PlayStation version, there's actually a little glitch you can do to get the wagon without it. But in the DS version, they just go in without it.
Yeah.
Which is usually fine. The wagon party members at this point aren't particularly strong. They haven't really been getting any XP, so...
Fun fact, these dragonfly guys on the left are worth more gold than any other enemy in the game. It's like a whopping 300 or something.
Interesting.
Huh.
There's no like gold man type enemy in this game.
That was a fun fight. No. Not right now.
We've actually had pretty good run luck throughout this run.
Yeah,
I've noticed that as well.
definitely.
Not many ambushes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, for sure. Here comes 4.
So this cave also has some pretty good gear in it. There's the water flying clothes, or I don't know what the modern name
Flowing
for it is.
dress.
I think that's right.
Which is a very good piece of armor that Tonic will be giving to whoops,
We've all done that one.
to Bray, that reduces breath attack damage. And there's also there's a bracelet that increases attack power. That'll be used for Alena.
I don't need this.
And there's also some seeds in all of the chests except for the first one Tonic opened.
Yeah, you don't need money from this point.
How many hot dogs could you buy with that 3,000 gold?
Probably 2. They go for a lot in this game.
Maybe you could buy some casino coins and win more hot dogs at the casino.
Gambling to feed my hot
Hey,
dog
there they are.
addiction.
Hey,
He's sleeping. What are you doing? So the hero's Zenithian helm is it wards off status effects, but apparently not that well. Actually, that worked out fine.
all right. So we got all 4 flavors of Yeti in this run.
Oh yeah, we did. It's incredible.
And turned into one.
And turn
Yep.
the nightclubber's here. All right, we're almost at the end of this dungeon, but as you saw, we picked up quite a bit of stuff in there.
And there's one more thing on the way out that Tonic, I think, will pick up, the
Yeah.
shield.
Yep.
Which will partially reflect some spell damage that's cast on the wearer.
It's a good bit of defense as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think in PlayStation, right, you can do like an outside to just get out of here quickly.
Yeah, you can walk back inside and then cast outside, but if you're getting the shield, I never get the shield, so I don't know if like you can still do it.
Right, right. Alright, I'm coming here to use the inn, but also to manually save the game. It's just been a long time, and I don't want any blow-ups to happen, so it's just a good time to do it. And we'll probably do it. Probably won't bother at the last stretch because we'll just use a quick save. But we'll just do this quickly. It's just been, you know, like 2 hours or so. Alright, now let's go to final stretch. So yeah, we're basically in a boss rush. I have a pretty large menu to get through, and sometimes it's kind of sloppy because things are in different orders, but what I do is sort everything in the bag and then sort the bag, and then pretty much everything I need is at the end. So from here we're gonna start to distribute. Light armlet is plus attack power. We're gonna give Christo another prayer ring. We're going to give the Kerplunk bracer and not equip it to Alena. We're going to use that later. Some equipment. And having this stuff in the bag means that I can overwrite what's in their current inventory to save some extra menuing to get that stuff out, which is good. Preserves everything else in their inventory. It's the hat. I'm going to put that back on. Though I don't think the hat's going to do much for me at this rate. But +2 defense. So let's keep going. That's actually mostly it. So we're going to use our seeds on Christo, for which we got a few. We're going to use the rest of our seeds pretty much on Alena. We'll use the life nuts on Christo. Nothing great so far. It's just, well, that's going on. Hot dog. That's the thief's game. Okay. Strength seeds? Yeah. So you hear the wagon march. Oh, these are hot. Oh. Damn. Very nice. Cool. Then we gotta distribute the dues. Because we're gonna get Omni Heal, we're gonna give all the dues to Alena. And then also the leaf. And I think we're gonna put this back on, and I think we're pretty much good. We give this to Bray, actually, who is pretty well equipped to do some damage, actually. Alright, cool. We are good to go.
Yeah, so the deal with this section of the game here is that Necrosaro's castle is being protected by this barrier, and it's being controlled by these four, I don't even know what you'd call them, lords in the corners here, and these little shrines. And they're all kind of their own flavor of boss. So this first guy here is a big demon with a...
Giga Demon. That's his name.
Giga Demon.
Nothing
Demon?
else. Don't listen to what you see on screen. His name's Giga Demon. I don't know what this is.
And yeah, the general strat for him is just buff up your defense and swing away at him.
For some reason, in this fight, Bray decides not to move. He just does some weird stuff, so we're going to manually make sure he starts moving everybody. So yeah, now that we've got... What am I doing? Now that we've got Christo with the liquid metal sword, Hero's got the Zenithian sword. Pretty much everybody can do good damage. Except when he buffs instead. I mean, that's fair. I should put him on a... Now I'm going to leave him on it because he should use go buff again.
This guy also will defend on certain turns, which kind of hurts your damage on those turns.
Alright, Alena. Okay, cool. That's pretty good.
Bray really wanted to make sure that 40 defense was gone.
We get a club for our efforts. That's 1 of 4 down. It's going to go around and beat all 4. Depending on my HP level, I may have to go back and heal Christo's MP. Ordinarily in a run, because I have 2 prayer rings, I would just use 1 and hope for the best. But I don't know specifically the chance of breaking, but historically in most Dragon Quest games, a prayer ring has a 1 in 16 chance of breaking every time you use it. So they are very valuable, but
There is an option for getting more of them, it's just kind of out of the way.
yeah, via the casino. All right, this guy's definitely the hardest of the 4. He can do breath attacks. Yo, let's go.
He can shout at you, he can take 1 or 2 actions, I think.
Yep.
He, this blistering flame is really strong.
Okay, that's good though. But Christo does have multi-heal, so we should be able to keep up reasonably well. That hurts, but that's not so bad. That hurts. I'm gonna continue to push on, but monitor it from here. Cool. Yeah, perfect. So in this case, we're gonna do this. Make sure that you, because basically Bray will not use move on Christo. So if we want Christo to be a physical attacker, we got to do it ourselves, which makes sense. But Bray can squeeze in some extra damage. This is going pretty nicely now.
Yeah.
That was so
Like
good.
the nicest fight I've ever seen on that guy.
Yeah. I mean, he used some breath attacks and it was like a little scary, but then he rolled over. That's nice because I saved some MP. Should be able to do this in 1 go. All right, so 2 down, 2 to go. So now that my bag's all messed up, I gotta find the big book of hot dogs.
So this guy in the top right, the evil priest, comes with 3 of the small ghouls with him. The small ghouls are vulnerable to expel, so step 1 is to use the abacuses that are still left to get rid of them. He also starts off with bounce on him, so this is one of the fights where you'll see the Zenithian sword used as an item to freezing waves and remove the bounce, so that way Tonic can land sap with Bray and just kind of crush the guy. He doesn't have that much health once all that stuff is taken care of, but he does do some target all magic attacks that can hurt a little bit.
Yeah, his base defense is super high, so you really need to land this sap. It's not guaranteed. Okay. Use Accelerate. That's right. Unfortunately, well, it's not really. It's basically the hero is slower than Bray, so we're gearing up so that on turn 2 we can land the sap. There, hold the hill, and then we can try to land the sap. You can on turn 1 use Oomph instead, but specifically because sap isn't guaranteed to land, we want to try to outspeed him as much as we can. Okay, there we go. Crits anyways. Cool. We can put people back on Fight Wisely. Should be good from here.
He's being really nice too.
Definitely. I should be hitting level 32 either after this fight or the next one. And if I don't, I'll have to grind a fight or two, but it should be very close. I'm pretty sure it should be fine though. Alright, I think this fight's over right now. Right here. Oh no, okay, a little more. There it is.
There you go.
Yeah, I think that's the hero. Yep, cool. Alright, Omni Heal. Very nice to have. Her MP's looking pretty nice too.
So the last of these bosses in the bottom right-hand corner is a set of 3 dragon guys. I forget his exact name.
It's Rasha Barak
Um,
or Endor.
yeah, they've got 450 HP each, but if you kill 1 or 2, though, they can call for help to kind of replenish their strength. So there's a couple different strategies. You can either play it safe and just use area of effect magic to kill them all at the same time, or you can try to speed things up by manually attacking, which is usually pretty safe too, but if they start calling front, the fight can get annoying quickly.
Yeah, I'm gonna set up Kabuff and well, there you go. So that middle one's gonna probably die next turn. I think they've got 450 HP each,
Yeah.
so it's not a ton, but yeah, if they start summoning allies, alright, so that's good. So from here we can just attack and hope for the best. It's usually 2 turns later after one of their allies dies that they start rolling the chance, but if that one stays asleep, we might be alright. This actually is pretty good.
Got him.
Wow, that was great. That was like 3 turns. Alright, awesome. That was like a really, really solid Final 4.
And a lot of these guys drop items that in a casual playthrough are really nice. The Dragon Shield from this guy, the Sword of Miracles from the Hell Battle on the top left. Not really useful in the speedrun, unfortunately. Mentioned earlier that there's a backup prayer ring available in Endor. In the casino, you can buy a prayer ring, and it's 10,000 gold worth of coins, so if you really want an extra prayer ring, you can sell off the gear from the Final 4 and buy one. But Tonic still has both of his available, so there's no need for that.
Yeah. I think I'm just going to be like very safe. This might be a little overkill, but I'll just save the game one last time, and we'll just go up.
Always safe.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we got one more boss. 7 forms.
The big one.
The big one.
Yeah. No matter what version of game you played, this is one of the most fun boss fights to do.
Yeah, this is the highlight of the run. We've been talking about evolution and how it's been used for the boss mechanics with Balzac, and the final boss sort of exemplifies that, where he goes through 7 forms where he's constantly kind of evolving as the fight goes on, and his abilities change and his appearance changes, and it's like a really cool thematic boss, and it's just a really fun fight.
And it's also hard.
And it's also hard.
But in a good way. Alright, yeah, that was pretty nice to get away from.
So one item that's available in this dungeon that Tonic will be picking up is the Sage's Stone. It's technically optional. It's very nice to have. It's an item that can be used in combat to cast basically multi-heal as an item for free. Tonic will be giving it to Bray. It's a little bit unfortunate because Bray has a lot to do during the final fight, but he's really the best character to put it on.
It's not ideal.
Making up for that run luck we had earlier.
Yeah, I know. And I should heal. Yeah, alright. I'm just trying to save MP on Christo as much as I can, but it is what it is. Yep, so come back here, push a statue, slightly hidden area. But when you first walk into this dungeon, you clearly see a chest on the top left, so you know, there's a decent reason for you to be looking around for a secret right here. There it is.
Siege of Stone.
Very, very nice to have. I'm just going to immediately do this so we don't possibly forget it. Sure. Cool. Alright, that's the last thing we pick up in the game.
Just a short walk through the castle, some final prep, and then Necrosara.
Yeah, this is another great example of the depletion rate really being in your favor.
So I guess I'll start talking a little bit about the Necrosara fight. It's a little bit early, but it's a lot to explain, and some of the phases can move kind of quickly. So the first phase starts off with 2 swords, gets 2 physical attacks per turn. They can critical hit. The second phase will have 1 sword, same deal, can critical hit. The third phase can put you to sleep. He can cast instant death on you. He can spam AoE abilities. He can buff his HP. He can be a real troll. And then the later phases kind of move on to sequences of violent blaze, physical attacks, gas attacks. Phase 4 is scripted. Phase 5 and 6 are not. And then Phase 7's the big boy with the strong physicals, the big breath attacks. General strategy throughout the fight is going to be casting Kabuff to keep defense increased, casting Oomph with Bray to keep your attack power buffed, casting Sap on each form to make sure their defense is lowered, and trying to keep characters healed up and alive. Accelerado will be used quite a bit to make turn order a little bit more consistent, and Alena will mostly be going to town. Damage-wise, one thing worth noting is Tonic picked up the Kerplunk Bracer earlier, and that's on Alena and not equipped. What that item does is if that character dies in combat, it will revive and fully heal everybody else who's active in the party at the time. So Tonic's
and then
going to
kill that person.
And then kill that person. And then, so Tonic is going to be saving that for kind of key moments of the fight where it might be useful, or Alena might be, or characters might be at risk. Probably phase 7, hopefully, but maybe phase.
What we got?
Phase 5 or 6.
Orange hat guy. Classic.
And yeah, that's what this fight's gonna look at. So it's a lot of just reacting to what he throws at you. Phases 1 and 2 are usually pretty safe, but critical hits can definitely take somebody out.
Sap is very, very important to get off on the beginning of each phase. Yeah, so early on we're just going to do our best to buff our party members and try to keep up with damage output. This is actually pretty nice right now. Anytime he can spread some damage, just makes it easier to keep up. Here, Christo's MP is a little bit of a concern throughout this fight, but we do have 2 prayer rings, so hopefully it works out.
Phase 2 in particular is going to be really important to get the setup right. Phase 3 is one of the most obnoxious parts of this fight, just because of the range of abilities that really just throw a wrench into anything you try to do. And ending phase 2 with a good setup means phase 3 is that much more consistent. This should be being pushed over into phase 2 very soon. There we go.
Yeah, when you change forms, you immediately end the phase.
Yeah, so all of your buffs stay active during phase transitions, but debuffs on Necrosaro do not. It's treated as a separate monster.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we mentioned the NES version has the AI that learns every couple turns. Like each phase of this fight is treated as a different monster for that purpose as well.
Yeah, so hopefully I can get oomph up and push it to the next phase relatively soon. Might be happening
Yeah, it's really close.
pretty soon. Well, now it is. It's okay. I mean, after I land sap, it's just really for Alena to get up. So, yeah, this phase is just like, his overall damage output isn't that high, but he can just stall and hit you with instant kill spells and sleep breath. It's just a mess. Just like this. So we're using
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Cock-a-doodle-doo. It's true. Yeah. It's not great when your healer's asleep, but this is okay because we're accelerated, so we'll be able to outspeed him right here. I'm gonna double heal.
His damage output is usually really low. He's not typically a threat of killing someone from damage, but he does have a physical attack that he uses very rarely, I think.
Alright, here we go. See ya. Hot dog. Alright, so we have to spend the MP here. I'm actually gonna it's actually okay if I were to push it in the next phase. Yeah, alright.
Nice.
Lucky. But that's good. Alright, I think, yeah, I'll cast that. We just want to kind of get out of this phase. Running out of agility and a lot of buffs, but it's okay. Hero? Okay. Good. Good. Nice. Should be good. Alright. Phase 4. This is where things start to get more dicey.
Yep. It's on a set pattern. One of his abilities is to heal himself by 500 HP. He's got freezing waves, he's got violent breath, he's got physicals, he's got a weaker gas attack.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of playing the cycles and trying to keep your buffs up and minimize the number of times he gets to cast Meditate to...
Alright. Specifically playing this one a little bit tighter. The next turn I can guarantee another heal. Get kind of back up to max. Then we'll land our sap. Freezing waves is going to be coming soon. Yeah. I'm going to use this opportunity to use a prayer ring. Try to stay ahead of it. And yeah. I did it too early. Should have done the hero. Okay, didn't come yet.
Nice.
Okay. That's good. Only one attack. Get set up again. We're going to be in the next phase fairly soon.
Yeah, in particular, trying to end this phase with Accelerado active is really nice because the next phase uses this violent breath attack quite a lot and can be very scary if you are not guaranteed to be outspeeding him or as guaranteed as you can be.
I think
This might.
yeah. Not quite. I'm gonna use another prayer ring. It's a little low, and Yeah, I'm gonna Sage's down. Well, we'll see. I could have used Sap there, but I'm pretty sure the hero's gonna push it. Alright, it's too bad, but it's fine. Alright, we'll do it now.
He really wants to push the phase before the freezing wave if possible.
There it is. Yeah, it's too bad. A little further away than I thought, but it's all good. Alright. Hero? Not yet. Alright, hang in there, Alena. Cool. Okay.
This might be a case where Tonic ends up using a do on. Well, he's got Accelerado up.
I think
so
we're okay, yeah.
yeah.
I think I'm gonna buff again and oomph Alena and use on the heal.
So this, as you can see, sort of evolving throughout the fight, growing bigger claws and turning into this green thing. I don't think hot dogs are supposed to be green, but
Alright, Hero, I need you to go. Alright, cool. So Freezing Waves is not going to show up until the final form, which is real nice.
so his physical attack in this phase and the next one are very strong.
Oh, I didn't miss that.
But in this phase, he tends to use his Violent Blaze attack a lot. He can also burp up gas, which isn't very strong. The next phase is the same thing, but more leaning towards physicals being common.
In this case, it's good enough we can use Sage's Stone.
Phase should be done soon. There we go.
Alright, phase 6. My speed's about to wear off, but I think I'm gonna let it wear off, and then Kabuff is also about to wear off too. We can be relatively physical right now. Gotta get oomph on the hero for sure. Okay. Still got all my dues and the leaf, which is good. Alright, so I'll cast this Scout. Accelerado next turn. Christo, hang in there. Christo. Okay. Good. Let's see. I do want to cast Accelerado, but I think I'm actually gonna play this like this. Yeah.
It's definitely a case where there's like a few different options for how you approach these situations.
Christo got hit twice, so I'm glad we did it. Alright. Let's see. I think we're just gonna double heal. We'll be going into the next phase. Probably in a turn or two. Or right now. Which is fine. Kabuff is down, Accelerado's up. Alright, phase 7 is definitely the scariest, but we're doing pretty well on resources and we're set up. So you want to talk about the beginning of this phase?
So this phase starts off with the bounce up on Necrosaro. So again, using the Zenithian sword as an item is pretty key to starting it off. He's got freezing waves that he can use. He can do an icy breath, which is very strong. He can still do that violent blaze attack. He's got very strong physicals. And I think 2300 HP in this version.
Yeah.
And obviously you need to wait for this to go off before you can hit sap. He can take 1 or 2 actions per turn.
I'm going to prioritize Accelerato here. As much as I want to do extra damage. It's good to get some momentum start. Okay, that's good.
In the NES version of the game, this final phase has regeneration, so the setup is very important before you start doing damage, but in this version, he doesn't regenerate, so just as long as your damage is moving forward, then you're getting closer to the end of the fight.
Okay.
It's going pretty well so far.
In this case, we can use a do with her. I'm just going to confirm I used a do and not the sands of time. And we can do buff. And still under sap, so sure. Christo might be in trouble, but let's see. Okay. Unfortunate, but this is the point at which we can put this out, just be kind of ready for it. Now we're just going to try to maximize damage through this phase. Could heal. Actually, I'm going to heal.
Tonic's done quite a bit of damage, so we're getting pretty far through the phase, but
Yeah, I'd say so. I think in this case we're going to opt for damage. Oh, sap did wear off though, I didn't catch it. Alright, so Alena should survive, then we'll proc it next turn. Cool, just confirm it's on, definitely is. See if we can pull this off.
Nice.
That's good. Okay, do this.
probably only 1 or 2 more turns.
Okay, here's our last dude here. That's too bad. That's it.
Very nice.
Nice.
All right, that was definitely an agreeable final phase. Could definitely go a lot worse, but yeah, that's it. Time is not yet. We've got a little bit of time, and we're gonna go into our last control. So yeah, here we are. Just guy with a horn hat. Yeah, that fight was pretty smooth actually. Really, no complaints. No. Phase 3 was pretty good. I got whacked once, but easy enough to get back. Didn't have MP problems, and yeah, it's like a mildly stressful fight. You lose a lot of time if you have to redo it, but it's very fun. Like these guys were saying, it's a very fun fight.
Just a lot of moving pieces, a lot of reacting to what you get, a lot of managing the resources that you have available. It's definitely the star of the show. Plus just being an awesome thematic piece to close out the story of the game.
Definitely.
Hot dog, the horn hat guy.
Fare thee well, hot dog. And they transform.
That's pretty good.
For some reason, there are guards blocking the way out of the Zenithian castle.
Yeah.
You've got to go around.
All right, time is coming up pretty soon. And time. Last control. That's it. Thank you. It was a relatively successful run. What do we?
441.
Cool. Yep. That's about right. Great. Yeah. Thanks to my couch and everybody supporting the run. Dragon Quest is great. Quest 4 is a great game, and had a lot of fun. So thanks for having me, and stick around for the next run.
Thanks a lot.
Alrighty, thank you, Cleartonic, for your run of Dragon Quest IV. We're going to be moving on to our next run shortly here. It's going to be, I can't seem to remember because I'm blanking. It's going to be Vagrant Story by Dragon Dark. Any percent no, Raging H. But before that, we're going to do a 90-second commercial, and then we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Freddie kicking in for Casa here for the Vagrant Story and the network transmission block. We do have one more quick donation before everyone clears out from the Dragon Warrior run from Giorin with $5 for Dragon Warrior for NES was my first real RPG. I could never beat it as a kid, but I came back later when I got older to finally finish it up. / fist pump. Thank you, Giorin. And while we wait for the next one to get set up, I would just like to know that we are here supporting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization whose work is focused around 3 pillars: education and support, awareness, and advocacy. What do those mean? Well, awareness means that NAMI participates in nationwide awareness opportunities like Mental Health Month, Suicide Prevention Month, and Mental Illness Awareness Week. NAMI has partnerships with a wide range of companies and organizations, for example, Fox Sports and Google, that NAMI uses to get their name and mission in front of new audiences. Once again, welcome to RPG Limit Break, sponsored by Twitch. We are very grateful to LLK, a longtime contributor to GDQ Marathons and the designer of our promo banners, attendee badges, and emotes. Check out her work at jazzaboo.com. That is JAZAABOO.com. Oh, wait, we did have one more donation from Hokagu for the amount of $50 with no comment. Thank you very much, Hokagu. We appreciate it. We're getting the run started with Vagrant Story here fairly shortly, so stay tuned. Hey, as you may have noticed, our awesome t-shirts are back for yet another year, courtesy of the Yeti, YETEE.com/RPGLB. There, sorry, that's YETEE.com/RPGLB. And the Yeti are donating $4 each from each shirt sold to Nami this year. So you can get a black version of the shirt worn by someone on our couch, and as well as a hoodie. As well as many other designs. There are 7 or 8 in total, so take a look at those. I picked a couple up myself, actually, so looking forward to getting those when I get back home. Thank you, and we're just about ready to get started here.